Okay. You all right? Okay. You can still hear me, right? Okay. Right. Right. On my side, it is on silent, but the microphone may be still on. Is the echo still there? Well, I turned everything off, so I don't know why. Okay. Someone's making a comment. Right. That's a question for you. You see it? Uh, right. Right. Yeah, but all I can do is answer some questions that I'm reading on here. What topic did you wanted to talk about? You mentioned a couple. Can't hear Chris. Somebody said they can't hear you.
I think he's right. He can't be able to hear me, but I'm not available today. And I think there's still some echo on your side. You say there's no other device which is playing.
Yeah, I turned it all the way off.
Oh, okay. For Piero Dusa was saying that Gerald, what is the name of the guy you're talking about? Gerald, he never shows up. We agree on something that then he disappears. But Lloyd, I wanted you to go on with the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
He said, "Who's speaking on the other side?" Hello. Hello. There go Larry. What's up, man? Hey, Larry. Can you come on as a guest? Chris, can you get Larry up on there?
Larry, thanks a lot for joining, for becoming a member. You
Can you
can,
get can you bring him up on the guest as a guest?
yeah, 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 yeah. There's a link, Larry. If you click on it, you can be able to join in. And I saw you had, or Lloyd. Let me see. Let me see if I can be able to come on.
Okay.
Uh, you just continue. It will take me some time.
You said type. I can't type here.
Lloyd, you can say something. You can try to.
I still hear the echo in the back. You must have more than one device on.
No echo, no echo. I think you still hear the echo.
Yeah.
What about now?
Huh? What letter? Did you send me an email? He said he's from Russia. I don't recognize the name, so
Can you all see me? Okay.
yay,
What's
Larry.
going on, man? How's the weather? Yeah.
Everything's going good.
Okay. I see you got a tan.
Yeah, it's pretty hot here.
Right. How you doing, Chris?
I think Chris is in the background just trying to take care of the feed and everything.
I see all the controversy y'all been having, man.
Yeah, man. You hey. They don't want to believe.
Mhm.
We've been doing this for years.
Yeah.
Yeah, the world is so behind, man. It's not even funny. It, the little basic stuff we've been doing, man, they just just trying to catch up.
Right. Right.
I bet not say nothing really controversial. You know what I'm we talk about spaceships and stuff, and they start dropping off like flies.
And that last guy you had up there, he was he was just angry and he was just ugly and angry, man. He wasn't trying to discuss it. He was just he,
You talk about the cartoon guy?
yeah,
Yeah, that's the reason why. Look, you know he worked for the electric company.
right, and probably the CIA too.
Right. No, I asked him in the last interview. I was like, "Where do you work?" And he said the electric company, and I was like, "Well, that explains everything." So he really don't want you to give nothing that's free.
Right, 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 right. Well, you know they attacked Terrence Howard the same way. Soon as he told him that mask was wrong, he went off, man, on Terrence.
Yeah, yeah. You know, everybody. Like I say, they can't think any other way but what they've been taught. So good thing that I had recorded all that stuff on my YouTube channel. So everybody start duplicating the work, and they was writing back to me and telling me that it was working. That's what really changed a lot of stuff. Yeah, yeah, that changed everything.
Yeah. So is did you find any way to keep the monsters from overheating?
Yeah, just don't run them at peak capacity. The faster you run those MOSFETs, the hotter they get. That's why we was talking about Maxwell. If he runs the MOSFETs at sonic speed, they're gonna pop like little cherries. So you can't run them that high. I don't care how big the MOSFET is. The faster you run them, the more hot they get. So I only run them at no more than 5 amps a piece, and those are 49. Those MOSFETs are at that 49 amps, so they stay pretty cool.
Sound like you might need some liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, I thought about that, but that's expensive. Just a liquid cooler would do better. What does that say? Did identified by
That sound like somebody's name identified.
right. I don't really understand the question. I think he was saying that he did identify me by your book. Okay. I so at least a lot of people were asking me at my YouTube channel, was anybody buying my book? So if they're on the feed, they can see that people are buying the book, and people are duplicating that. We started a channel on my WhatsApp, and so people can put up their experiments. So yeah, it was a lot of people who are doing the experiment, finding out what I'm saying is true, you know. But you still got some people out there still trolling and everything, and but they keep the show interesting because it makes them look silly, and a lot of people like that. So I think somebody said earlier about keep up the madness or something like that, and it is pure madness because, like I say, I'm being a little disruptive, not too disruptive. I haven't even put out the main technologies that me and Larry been talking about for years. You know, we just been talking about little light stuff, solar and all that kind of stuff. We talked about bigger issues than this. So I'm not being that much disruptive. You know, I just want some people to have a little electricity. Hey, there, where? How's everything going on your end there, man? And too many crazy things happening.
What in Chicago?
Yeah,
Oh no, it's all crazy, man. But it's all gonna work. You know, we just all you gotta do is work it. It'll work.
yeah,
We create the reality. We're not sitting around waiting for somebody to tell us what reality is. We create our own reality.
this is true.
But
I created mine. I'm all the way here on the other side of the world.
I got some.
It's like a paradise over here, man.
It really is. I know. I got some graphene powder in. About to do some stuff with it.
Ah,
Is Larry like still around? I think he gone now.
huh?
Larry.
Yes.
He's in.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
I'm here.
I don't think if we can be able to hear him or he's getting to you directly.
Yes, I can hear him. Can you hear him?
No, no, no.
Oh well, I hear Lloyd. I hear you. Can you hear me, Chris?
40 Supersonic says that he was working on combining your solar batteries with some of MTech's designs for my own projects.
Okay.
I see that combining with. You know that battery is just a hack, though. It's not. It was there because it was one of my earlier inventions. So the only reason why I brought it up is because the cartoon guy kept saying none of this stuff worked. So this was a way for me to show the whole world that this stuff was working. So that's the reason why I showed it. Or I would have never even shown it because like I said, it wasn't part of my original design. MOSFETs were, which works like 100% better. But when he's saying MOSFETs didn't work that way, the whole point is to bring in something I knew worked on a more simpler base. So once I did that, it was undeniable, and then everybody started doing it. So it's a simpler, more technology. But without that new circuit that I built, the double negative P, it don't work so well. You need to keep that separate. And somebody said earlier that his MOSFET, not his MOSFET, but his diode was getting hot. That means he was running that diode straight through the battery through the diode. That that battery must go to the top of the diode. It don't pass through the diode. That way it doesn't get hot. The only thing you're supposed to be running through that diode is the solar. And you only want to run one solar through each diode that you do. That way that keeps that from happening. So, yeah, okay. We just answered that question. I think we lost you, Larry. There's a unit to power. Is there a unit to power house? Yep, it is. It's ready for production, but um, the companies, um, they're trying to take over that. Right now, we're working out a deal with running these units in all the McDonald's in the United States. So yeah, that the bigger companies are coming in, and we're trying to work out that deal. But I gave it to you guys first, so you guys can just make your own unit. Okay. Can you guys still hear me? Military, yeah. I wondered if they have to actually use coolant though. When you're talking about in space or anything like that, you got your natural coolant. Does anybody out there want to know about the books? Any questions about the books? So you think they're going to sue me for something that I tell people? And I'm not the one marketing. It's somebody who else is marketing. So if they get sued, I still get paid. So I'm just the person who's teaching them how to build this technology like I've did for everyone. So again, the I got to make a living. I know everybody wants everything for free, but they don't want to give their stuff out for free. But again, I've given tons of stuff out for just for free, and I do that on purpose. The so again, if they're going to sue, they're going to sue the companies that put it out there. Now, I don't know if they're talking about my books or whatever, but I'm going to keep publishing the books and telling people, and I'm gonna keep the prices down low. It'll be a couple books. It's going to be very expensive, but on the foremost, most of my books are going to be a couple of dollars. You see, you guys who look at the books, I got one for 99 cents, and I got a few for around 4.99, 5.99, and that's where I'm gonna stay around that range, and I'm gonna keep out putting out all the technologies and stuff that me and Larry was talking about, me and other people were talking about for years, and working on this stuff. You know, we actually developing this stuff. So not really worried about lawsuits. That's interesting. What kind of structured power are you talking about? Hey, Chris, can you put him up on the microphone? I would like to know more about his structured power. Is it 2D or 3D structure? I appreciate everybody who's actually working on this technology and sharing it. That's really going to help push this technology out here and push it to the front for so people don't have to worry about if the government going to come after them or anything. So keep experimenting, keep telling people about what we're doing. Yeah, eh, I think we're gonna be able to bring out some very interesting technology, which I seen a couple of you guys, man. Y'all really, really, really close. And like I said, I know people think it's a mistake that I'm trying to make a living, but like I said, I started over when I left the United States. So I trying to just get a simple little house, nothing fancy, and work on my experiments, and all that takes money. So again, uh, if I can just get the income I had, because like I said, when they start messing with your Social Security and all that kind of stuff, that's money you put away for years for working. So it wasn't much, but if I can replace that, I'm happy. I don't have to be super rich. But again, these companies and stuff they're not shelving the idea. They're actually taking it to the companies and using it. So I don't know if that's going to be privately or publicly, but the technology is going to be out there. That's the point. So I think the only thing I can tell people is that Maxwell was a little angry at me for sharing this work. And I kept saying, well, share your work, put it out there. There's plenty of people. This is a big world. And we're still waiting for him to share that work that he says he has. So I know a lot of African people who've talked to me, and I tell them the same thing. I says, well, do you have it in your hand? Are you actually using it? That's what you have to do. Is you got to have something real, and I put something real out there, and people are doing those real things. So that's That's where we have to go. You have to be upfront with people, and you have to be real. I don't. No one's asked me any questions about the book yet. So the book must be pretty good. I try to do the best job as possible to be descriptive, because they wouldn't let pictures into my books. They wouldn't accept any of the JPEGs, pings, none of the things that had pictures, because I wanted to show diagrams and a bunch of other stuff. So um, those will be the more expensive books, but if we can get them out there. So I am looking for another revenues to publish upgrades to the book. So hello, you're welcome.
Thank you, my boss.
Ah,
I'm
okay.
glad to be here.
I'm glad you're here. You have any questions for me? Because I know you have
I'm
plenty in the
so
past.
grateful to have joined you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roya is thanking me too. Yes, the technology works, and like I said, I haven't talked about Maxwell's on exactly how his technology works. I've been trying to get him to actually publish his own work, but I'm pretty much figured out how it works. But the whole point is his work. So if he's going to put it out there, we want to give him plenty of chance to put his work out there so the world can see it. And but we'll wait a few years on that. And if he doesn't put it out, then I don't think he was going to. Why are you so quiet? You normally have a bunch of questions for me. Hey, hey, Chris, why everybody dropping? Yes, yeah. If you work with the technology, you will figure it out. And here's the thing: Maxwell said he worked on this stuff when he was a kid, and he got all this stuff to work. So that means that all you have to do is start working on this stuff. And once a person gives you an idea on how something works, you're going to figure it out one way or another. You just got to work the problem. So yeah, yeah, you, I'm glad you almost figured it out. Matter of fact, like I said, if you guys start developing your own power and getting off the grid, then everything I did was for a good reason, and I'm happy that it happens that way. So that means the bigger company is just going to have to accept to sharing those billions of dollars they've been hogging all these years.
Yes, so it looks like Larry went away.
Who's in the way?
Larry is around, but I don't think that he's on the camera.
Ah,
Then we have 14 Supersonic and Scamchan. They're back to they two. I think they usually argue about some things, but my internet
right.
seems to be slow.
True, but there's going to be some. You think robots is going to replace us? I think they're. Um, I don't think robots will ever replace us. I think they're trying to fearmonger so it slows down the technology. But they've done that with every technology. They did it with solar. Solar was supposed to destroy the world. So people say things because that's what we call slow walking.
But Lloyd, in regards to your book, I think my internet is a little bit slow. But in regards to your book,
Hmm.
ID had asked at one point that you say that there is a day that you and Gerald were saying that free energy should be given for free, but now you are selling the books. Like you were saying, like it doesn't add up. I mean, that you
It,
preach. They say you preach water and drink wine, or you preach what and you drink water.
okay, but here's the thing. See, a lot of this stuff that they buy, like the solar, was that
Uh,
free? What about the lights? Was that free? You know, all the people who were doing the experiments, was all that stuff free? Did you get it free? The answer is no. So the whole world works on a money thing. So selling a book for 99 cents or $4 and stuff, it,
yeah,
it is nothing. I could sell these books easily for $100 or more.
I see. And so yeah, there's a time you had said about a book costing $400. Is that
Yeah, I
going to
haven't
still
put it
be the
out
case?
because the drawings, the documents, I mean, every aspects, the numbers. I just lightly put in the math in the books, so it wasn't really books that was heavily mathematics. So that's the difference between a $400 book. You want to give everybody. It should look like an encyclopedia. So I haven't put that out yet. The It's a lot of information. There's a lot of stuff that you people want to duplicate and stuff. I just wanted to introduce the um I wanted to introduce the information slowly so people can start getting it. And remember, you had the guy, man, who was hiding behind the cartoon. He was saying everything that I said was just wrong, that I didn't know what I was talking about. So you had to make methods that everyone can do. And when I show people the easier methods, yeah, th- people start picking this up. So it's good that we're taking this slow. I'm going to put out more books. And like I say, if I put out more books for 99 cents, I think most of us can afford it. So I'm sorry if people think that everything is supposed to be free, but I think what they're trying to do is get it free and then they're going to try to sell it. I've had already two people try to do that.
Uh,
Yeah, they get it free, but then they go on. They're trying to sell it to different people. So I'm like, well, good luck with that. But this is what people do. They want you to give them something so they can go out and make money.
I see. David. David from Malawi once welcome a lot. David, he said that he wants to know how you can also be able to build one of your system. I think he said that he saw a group from Uganda. They are trying to develop something similar, but he said he's
Okay.
not in touch with them. And so, in regards to your book, like as of now, we had questions people asking like, if somebody, let's say, if somebody buys your book as of now, like, what does he believe the book is going to help him like do what and what? Like, what knowledge is hidden in the book, and how can it be able to help them? In short, why will someone buy your book? Say right now.
Let me answer these questions. I'm not worried about robots at this point. When robots start walking around with arms and legs, then I'll probably get worried. But long as my robot called Alexa sits on a table with a puck, and the worst thing they can do is listen to me, I'm not worried about that.
That's just an argument that Scamchan and 40 Supersonic are having in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. The two are arguing about robots. And 40
Right.
Supersonic you said that he has a background in robotics. But on your side, I was asking like why should somebody buy your book today? Like what will the book help them?
Well, first of all, like I said, it's an introduction book. It's supposed to get the basic person to understand how this technology works. And once I broke it down, and then I'm talking about like simple. So the looping the battery over to the opposite side of the charge controller is just something everyone can do, and
Yeah.
everybody's been doing it. So once you understand that it does work, and then you start building your own circuit, your simple circuit. If you never built a circuit and you can build that diode with the bus bar, then all of a sudden you start to see, oh, this does work. And then all of a sudden you're using something that they didn't want you to know. And
Mm,
then we can go into looping. You see the last two books I did about looping, because now basically we're trying to catch you up with Nikolai Tesla's work. So those were the last two books. How to build your own antenna, take energy from the sky,
yeah.
atmospheric energy, then know how it works, because it works the same way. So if you just take that voltage from the sky and do the battery loop with that circuit, all of a sudden you're getting free energy from the sky, because you just turn the voltage potential into usable energy, and that energy will keep that battery charged. Because most people don't understand, a float charge is nothing but voltage. So you're float charging your thing. It just doesn't charge very fast. But if you use the very amps in your battery and put it at high voltage, then you got to do the simple math: volts times amps. When you do that, you're going to see that you're putting more power into the battery than's coming out of the power, and therefore now it's charging, and therefore you got your loop right there. And then once you do stuff like that, just that little simple circuit changes everything, because you wherever you getting your energy from, I don't care if it's just a lot of voltage, you're gonna that voltage becomes worth something just with that little simple hack. And then you'll start learning about transit energy and what MOSFETs actually do and how it does. Once you understand that, that they've been lying to you about how a MOSFET work, because there's many different ways a MOSFETs work. And that's the reason why I want to put that onto the YouTube videos,
Yeah.
which you can see that the car motive places, um, they use it in the same way. So they take low voltage, no amps, and they run it at high frequency, and then it puts out current for running the motor.
I
So
see.
that's the typical thing. What was
So
that?
yeah, I see. We have somebody who was asking if you're selling the book on Patreon, but no. I think the book is only on Amazon. You have not
Yeah.
yet opened a Patreon account.
No, not yet. But we're trying to get it on a lot more floor mats right now. But right now, um, Amazon was the easiest way and fastest way for me to get it out in this country because a lot of people introduce things to me, but it's not available in this country.
I see. Then the next question I love for you is let's say somebody doesn't know anything to do with free energy. If he went and bought your books, will he be able to follow it and come up with a device which works?
Yes, yes. And here's the thing that he can do: share the channel with him. You know what channel I'm talking? The one you created. Share that channel, and just tell him to come on there and ask for help. There's a lot of people who will help him.
Oh, you mean the WhatsApp group? Huh? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Share that with him because there's just so many people on there that's doing this stuff, that's experimenting with this stuff. All you had to do is go on there and ask questions. So, and here's the thing too. I've been sharing some of my books right on that channel. So if you go back through the thread, you can start seeing some of the stuff that I'm giving away for free. So that answered that other question, why we're not giving away things free, but we have. It's just that you have to be a part of the group. And like I say, we've been talking to people to on my YouTube channel. I talked to Chris on this YouTube channel, giving the stuff away for free. So it's so many ways that I give this stuff out for free that people just like, why are you selling the book? And I'm starting to think the reason why people ask that question is because when you sell a book, it gets out to more people than they want people to have.
Before you continue, let me first talk to Gerald. Gerald, man, Gerald, you've never been able to get in touch with you after what you said. I don't know what you have to say today, but yeah, you can. I don't know what you have to say today, but Gerald, man, many people are waiting to see your how your thing works. And Nachkul, I see you. Nachkul, I see you. Yeah, but you can go on. I'm trying to get the link so that I can be able to send to you. Let me see if I can get it. You can go on. Somebody is asking that does your book contain scheme for connecting transistors such as I think it means schematics for connecting transistors such as a cascade connection to increase the power of the system.
Yeah, if you learn how to use the MOSFET, that's the whole point. Is you have to have some kind of technical use to learn how to use transient energies to get out of the MOSFET. If not, then go back to the battery hack until you can understand how to actually use that. And yeah, you're going to get your amps from your battery. Um, Again, I'm going to say this again. The battery does not go into the diode. You put a bus bar right beside there, and it goes on top of the diode. So the battery passes through naturally. It's only the solar that goes through the diode. Okay. So if you're getting the overheating things, that's because you're trying to put too much power through there, which the amps of that battery is heating that up. So the solar does not push that much amps in there. It always have low amps and high voltage. So if you use a diode, one Schottky diode per solar panel, and there's not no 250-watt solar panel. If it is, then increase the size of the diode. Make sure it's not just a 50 volt diode. It's something more like 100 to match your solar panel. But that'll keep it cool and from overheating. No, it doesn't contain schematics because I couldn't get pictures into my book. So they're just written books. That's another reason why I kept the price down low, because if I would have added the schematics and all that in there, then the price increases.
Then for those of you who want to join the WhatsApp group where you can have direct communication with Lloyd, I've shared a link. I'm pretty sure you can be able to see it. And if you want to join right now, like Gerald, I think you should join. Is the link to join in. But if you want to join the WhatsApp group, this is the link. So you're saying that if the book had schematics, it will be way more expensive.
Yes.
I see. And I see you have like there are number of books. I think is it 9 or 8? Like which one is more important that you will recommend to a person to go and buy right now? Say if they want to buy right now.
I tell people to go buy the 99-cent book first and just go up in price once they start understanding a little bit more.
The 99-cent book. Um,
Yeah. It, all of them overlaps, so it's not about which one is better. It's just that it's what you can afford. So you get the cheap books, and then you buy the more expensive books. And there's only one book for $19, and that was the first book I put out there. And more people bought the cheaper books, which I expect, than they did for the more expensive book.
like is there an order that somebody should be able to read the books or you just go with any? And we also have
Yeah,
this question from Scamchan.
just go
He's
with any.
asking he's asking if you can be able to add links or images in case somebody else later maybe has more money.
Links to the images. That's up on the channel. Tell them to get the link to the channel that we're doing. I put all that those pictures, diagrams, and everything up on the um. What do we call that? The workshop. What do we call that?
The WhatsApp group, huh?
Yeah, it's a WhatsApp group, but what do we call that? Because
I mean,
it's just a book.
what he was asking is like you said that if a book has schematics and all that, it will make it to be way more expensive. So he's asking that can you be able to add like a link where say in future somebody has that money they want to spend on the book where they can just get those schematics from a link.
Yes, but the link is up on the WhatsApp channel.
Okay.
So just give him the number. If he doesn't have WhatsApp, see if he can download it, because we are giving that out for free at that channel.
Yeah, I shared the link. I shared the link. They can be able to see it on. If you want to
Right.
join the WhatsApp group, you can have direct communication with Lloyd. Can you use WhatsApp group too? Yes, you can. So if we go back to your book, you're saying that anybody can buy
Yeah.
depending on any order. You don't have to go with a specific order.
No, you don't have to go with a Pacific order. I'm probably
At
going to
now,
put out some workbooks that you may have to do Pacific order, but right now we're just talking about basic. We're basically saying a charge controller, a battery, and a solar. So how hard is that? See, once we keep all that simple, all those knuckleheads out there that wants to stop you from doing this type of stuff, we just knock that right out of the box. So that the whole point was is that we did the battery loop. Everybody could follow that simple battery hack, and then I can build people up to understanding how that MOSFET circuit works.
Then you have Roy. You can be able to see the description of this stream. You can be able to see the link to the books. And Scamchan was asking if you have built any devices so far. Let's say if you build any, you'll be able to sell more copies of the book. If people see, like. But I know that my stream is very slow. But
Yeah,
if you've built any, basing on the book, you'll be able to sell more copies.
I don't understand the question.
You're asking like how many devices have you made so far?
Um, over 1,000.
Over 1,000 devices.
Yes.
Are you about to demonstrate? I saw like you are shifting your camera.
No, what happened is that this thing decided to move like I got a ghost in here or something.
Uh,
It's sitting on a chair. I don't know why it just decided to tip right over. But I'm going to solve that right now by putting a heavy weight on here. So if
and
it
when it
decides
comes
to
to the
move,
question of security, we- like how people say that they try to suppress this type of technology. When you're giving it out for free to people, won't some other people get mad and come for you?
uh, ask that question again because I was reading a guy saying he couldn't get Amazon in his country.
No,
You
no,
can
no.
get
He
it through
said that
Canada.
he was saying that if your book is on Amazon, and I
Yeah,
said that the link to the book is in the description.
yeah, okay. You're answering those questions, yeah. Because he said I live in England, and I was like, yeah, you can get that book in England from Amazon. I know a couple people who've already gotten the book in England.
Then Ari Dipunda is asking, why won't you open source the tech?
We did, but I don't understand the question. What we did, you
You
can
open source
see.
it. Open source it means anyone can be able to access it for free.
Yeah, open source means you can get it for free. That means that we got a WhatsApp and we're sharing all that information for free.
Or by the way, there is a WhatsApp link. In case you want to get direct communication
Now
with Lloyd.
that guy who's saying why don't I up thing, what was his name?
Who was asking about
The open source. What was his name?
Hari Dipunda.
No, the reason why I want to say because if he tries to sell the technology and stuff, I just want to make sure that the whole world knows that you ask for something for free and then try to sell it.
He's asking where to find this.
Where to find this? You gave him the link to find it. I told you most people were going to ask that question. Did I not, Chris?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So I sent Chris all the links so you can send him 10,000 emails on how to get the books. I'm sorry to put you through that, but it exposes your channel better. But like I said, I know most people are going to ask that question.
There's a link in the
There's a link in the
description
description
for,
for,
for those who want to
for
get the
those who
book.
want to get the book.
The question I had
The
for you,
question I had
Lloyd,
for
is
you,
like
Lloyd, is like
people say that
people
there's
say that there's
separation of this type
separation
of
of this type of
technology
technology
where people
where
can come
people
for
can
you
come for you
and
and
analyze you.
analyze you.
So by
So
you
by
sharing
you
this
sharing this
technology with
technology with
people in
people
your
in your
books,
book,
aren't you
aren't
like
you
putting
like
your life in
putting your
danger?
life in danger?
My life is in danger anyway if I didn't put it out because I'm using the technology every day. So the whole point is that you try to tell more people about it, which knocks down the threat. So here's the thing. This is the purpose of the book. The purpose of the book was that if something does happen to me, everybody has access to the book. And then it's just going to go viral because they're going to know that they killed an inventor that they know it was worth having this information. So if they don't want this information to go out very fast, they'll leave me alone. But if they do, then you know what happens to all artists. Their works becomes more famous and everyone tries to get it. That's what happened to Nikola Tesla. That's why his work is everywhere and people talk about it. So the whole point is that I do give out a lot of information in those books, and it's not just talk, it's numbers, it's mathematics behind all that. So I just wanted to get the guy who hides behind the cartoons and give you actual um real equations and numbers behind everything that we do, and then run you step by step on how we do it, then give you a space which we created, which people are now showing you that they're doing those very things and it works, and how many people says it works because they're duplicating the work. So you have a lot of different ways, not only to get the information for free, but you have a people helping you. So I don't know. Like I say, I don't think I'm going to worry about too much. If anything kills me, it'll probably be my two girlfriends when they find out about each other.
I see. So
I think so.
from what you
From
talk,
what you talk,
you say,
you
do
say,
you want us
do
to
you
give
want
your
us to
book
give your
to
book to
identity
identity
to go through
to
it?
go through it?
I just say identity, ha ha. What
I
does that
mean,
mean?
I mean,
no, you
no,
there's
you
when you are
when
talking, you
you are
said
talking, you say
you
that
talked something
you talk
about the
something
cartoon
about the
guy.
cartoon guy.
His name is
His name is
Identity.
identity.
Like, do you want
Like,
us
do
to
you want
give
us
him
to
your
give
book
him
so
your
that
book so that
it goes through it
goes
and
through it and
talks about
he
it?
talks
Or
about it? Or
I don't understand the question, Chris.
you
you
mentioned
mentioned
identity.
identity.
You said
Uh huh.
You say
the cartoon
the
guy
cartoon
in
guy
your
in
book. You
your
have the
book. You have the
questions
questions
that you want
that you
people to
want
go
people to
through,
go through,
including the
including
cartoon
the
guy.
cartoon guy.
So the name
So
of
the
the
name of
cartoon
the
guy
cartoon guy
is
is
Identity.
identity.
Ah,
So I'm
So
okay.
asking,
I'm
like, do you
asking, like,
want
do
us to
you want
give
us to give
cartoon guy
cartoon
or
guy or
Identity your book
identity
to
your
go
book
through
to
it
go
and
through it
talk
and
about it?
talk
Sure,
about it?
you can give him the book.
You okay?
You okay?
You can give him the. Why would I hide the book from him? See, the whole point is that don't we have a WhatsApp that hundreds of people already doing the technology? So wouldn't he look kind of foolish to tell somebody who's already did it it doesn't work, and that but they're already doing it? And no one
I see.
said that MOSFETs are power supplies. That came from the guy they call Identity. We said that MOSFETs makes transit energy spikes, and those transit energy spikes are current. And everybody should know that. The people who don't know that are the people who are being introduced to that because the car industry uses it. They use it in a whole bunch of technology, which I mentioned in the book. The only reason why people are mad that I'm using it this way is because I hooked it to something that can be used in your household. So once it's been used in the household that way, this is when they get angry about it. But as long as it was working in all the other technologies, they didn't have anything to say about it. So soon as I just used it, remember, I didn't make MOSFETs. I didn't make solar panels. I didn't make LED lights. What I did is I brought them together in a project and put those things together the way they were supposed to work, the way they were taught to me how they worked. So all of a sudden, they had a problem with it. This is the reason why I did the battery hack, which just spoiled their whole agenda of trying to get rid of this technology.
And Nashkul, Nash, are you trying to join? I see you coming and leaving. And so, Mr. Lloyd, for Lloyd, for you, like, is your book for anyone, or is it for tech people, like anyone who doesn't have any experience in tech? Can they
I
buy it
wrote
and
it for
sample?
the common person that can understand it with very light understanding of electronics. Um, so if you can solder, yeah, the book's for you. No, what I was saying is if you go on my YouTube channel and look at the video, there's a guy who works at the car industry. He's working on a module that came out of a car, and he says, quote, we take low voltage at high frequency to get AC current out. And that's what the cars do. I don't know why. Is the transmission bad?
Yeah, but I think it's mine. Mine is the one that is bad on Sundays. It's not good.
Right. Yes, this is right. They need to do the work. And as that's the reason why we opened up the group so all of you can do the work. Yeah, we don't know why Larry's thing froze. Hopefully he's still listening. We were trying to get somebody online that's actually read the book so he can actually talk about the book and what he thought about it. We had one on earlier, but he dropped off too. Oh, they must be talking in the background about the MOSFETs. Like I said, it's a common thing about the MOSFETs. It's so common. I thought it was that he was just pulling my leg when he was even mentioning that it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So I just realized that uh, there's guys trying to put misinformation out there. Okay, they've been using high switching all the way back in Nikolai Tesla's time. So anytime you switch anything that has a conductor in it or any kind of ductor and you switch it back and forth, like those little toroids, that's another technology. If you switch it back and forth, it's the frequency that you put in there going back at high speeds that puts out the amps. So it's not just MOSFETs. This thing is, you can use just about any conductor to do the same thing. So yes, amplifiers do the same thing. Yes, this is how they get the high amps when in amplifiers, and inverters do the same thing. Thank you, whoever said they made that. But again, this is the industry trying to hide the technology from you guys. These things were so common as long as you didn't hook them to your house. Charles, he said he made it. Good. And then the more people who keep saying that, the better I'm protected, the better this information gets out to the whole world. And eventually, everybody will be doing this. And that was the whole plan. So get the links. The links are in there. So um, every one of you guys can duplicate this. Yes, they've been doing this for amplifying electronic for years. That's the reason why I kept saying that I think that the guy was on there trying to make sure that this doesn't work this way is because he was trying to spread propaganda to keep you guys from using it in the way I was using it. It's not that it can't be used that way. It was the fact that we used it on solar panels.
Your Raj.
Someone is
Raj.
trying to get his camera to work.
Raj. Someone called Raj joined, and he
Yes, I see.
seems like he doesn't want to say anything. For this person, it's saying that using AI is not helps.
Okay, wait a minute. How do we exploit AI? I'm not understanding that. Yeah.
You
Well,
need
I'm kind of saying the same thing. He didn't want me to solve the problem for solar in that way. But again, I just came up with another way to solve the problem with and still get the system to work for everyone instead of just how I was using it. But I kept trying to tell him that I've been using the system for over 8 years. And I've been showing these things on YouTube and everywhere else. So whether he had a problem with the way I did it with MOSFETs, I just showed a way to use the own battery the same way. And you see, if you read the back channel on my YouTube channel, you you'll see them hackling that. They're up there trolling all those little things. Oh, you're using a diode, all kind of little crazy stuff that they're doing because they're just trying to keep you guys from doing that and controlling the amount of energy that comes into your house and out of your house. So yeah, whether they like it or not, problem is solved. Okay. MOSFETs take voltage and transmute it into current. How they do that is they take low voltage at high frequency, meaning back and forth, like beating a drum, and then it makes transit energy and it makes current out. So it's not producing power. What it's doing is converting the voltage into current by high frequency. So that back and forth motion causes voltage to overlap each other. And when you have a voltage overlapping each other where it looks like the lines blur, then it acts like current. And Nikolai Tesla first did that in a lot of his experiments. This is why he was able to put a plate in the sky, and then you'll see a thing that looks like a coil, and that coil would rapidly turn on and off abruptly, and then you'll get current out from his apparatus. No, I wasn't working at a loss. That's just one of his things that he wanted to say, that I was working at a loss. But it was actually a gain. Here's the thing: using the battery works at a loss. It's 2%, and I put that up on the workshop too at WhatsApp. You got 2.2% efficiency with the battery. With the MOSFET, and depending on what size of MOSFET, you get like 175% energy efficient. Yeah, volts can be turned into amps, not produce amps. Volts can be turned into amps, and that's because of the high frequency, the back and forth. The back and forth for anything. It's just, this is the reason why I try to use layman terms so people can understand. But when you say things like a MOSFET, like a generator, then they go crazy. But anytime that you take something that's moving back and forth, that's got energy going through it, yeah, you can say that it acts like a generator. Okay, but what it does is just is transforming voltage into amp. So it's just taking one and making the other. And the only reason why it's doing that is because the volts overlap each other and it acts as current. That's the amp, the voltage is squoze together is another way to say it. Squoze together so tightly that it acts like current. Well, yeah, of course he doesn't understand what's going on. Okay, you got a bad echo.
Bravo 6, Bravo 6, Bravo 6. If
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, if you're talking about the MOSFETs, it's one of the technologies out there that works very well. But Nikolai Tesla's circuit, if you go read the book, I think it's patent number 336961. That works better than MOSFETs. And it's all about abrupt stopping and starting.
Bravo 6 and Raj, I think I have a lot of echo on my side. But you guys want to say anything, or you just joined to stay in it? Bravo 6.
Yes, I can hear you.
You want to say something?
I'm just following the live.
If you're listening on another device, you can mute it. You're saying you're just following along.
I just keep doing what you're doing because you're showing what the world needs.
Yeah, and like I say, if you get the WhatsApp link and follow what everybody's duplicating, you're gonna start seeing there's hundreds of people out there duplicating this. So if you don't really want that technology to be lost, all you have to do is just follow what everybody else is doing and start duplicating it yourself. So that just gets rid of all the trolls, all the misinformation, because you do it yourself. And that's what it all comes down with. That's the reason why I gave out the more simpler um, technology than the MOSFETs itself. So it didn't stop anything. It just made me put out more information. So the more I got trolled, the more information I'm gonna keep giving out. And right now, my plan to give out enough information for a company to either pick it up and start using it for themselves or shelve it. Um, we're almost at that point. So they bought one of my technologies, not all of them, but one of them. And trust me, I'm not going to sell all my technologies to major corporations. Yes, you have to experiment for yourself. Yes, I totally agree. If you don't do it yourself, what you do is you end up listening to people who are trying to stop you from doing this. And like I say, first they said you can't run solar on LED lights. This is the reason why Chris tried to get one of you who read the book who duplicated this to come on and talk about that. Because once you do it, it was like, wait a minute, you can do run solar off of LED lights. Okay, now you may not get much amps out of it, but you get the voltage. This is the reason why we gave out the battery hack and the MOSFET. Um, because once you understand that part of it, you get your current back. And then it's over. Then it's all of a sudden you're setting up your solar in your household and you're running things in your household. You can build it modularly. That means you can do it one solar at a time. And then when you have enough solar, run and take your whole house off the grid. Yeah, you're probably going to hear feedbacks because it didn't start out that way, but you're gonna get feedback anytime we start talking about stuff like this. So just expect that they don't like what we're talking about.
The feedback was an issue on my side. I think Bravo
Yes.
6 can wait. Bravo 6, you're clear now. The other guy, Raj, was the one who was
I'm
But
having
having
Chris,
feedback.
difficulties understanding what Chris is saying, as if I'm having a feedback. I don't know if it's Lloyd's feedback or Chris feedbacks on the computer. I'm using some headsets, so probably I don't have feedback. I don't know.
I hear you pretty clear over here.
Okay. So
So
I
did
Yeah,
you
I
have?
just Lloyd, I just wanted to say that I tried the circuit, but I just used the battery. So I got like 20 amps from the circuit from the battery because it was pulling the battery. The circuit was not using the solar panel. Maybe the diode was upside down, probably.
Yeah.
And yeah,
If
maybe
you
I should
if
use on.
I can answer that, if you take the diode, the side with the line on it, if you
Mhm.
face you, if you take your hand and face it up like this, like that, straight up, the line should be right at the top here. That's the top. Okay. Now, if you go up here, this is where the battery, and the battery should go over, we'll say it like here, it's a bus bar. So it shouldn't touch this diode. The battery should not be run through the diode. And then at the bottom here, the solar panel comes in. What it does, it just keeps the solar panel and the battery from seeing each other, because the battery is normally at 12 volts, unless you got a 24-volt battery.
Mhm.
It whatever your solar panel is, it wants to go down to that level of the battery, whatever it
Exactly.
is. So when you put that diode in there, the only thing that you're supposed to see is the solar going through the diode, and then the battery will not pull down the solar, and the voltage from the solar and the amps from the batteries will both go into your charge controller.
Yeah, the
Besides,
diode. I just have a doubt. The diode should be on the plus or on the minus because I think it's on the minus.
yes, only on the minus, and and I just found out that depends on what country you are from,
Okay.
because in the United States, the minus, which is the black wire in United
Yeah.
States, is the hot wire. That's what we call it, the hot wire. But in other countries, the red wire is the hot wire. So it depends on what country you're in. But if you're just like me in the United States, then yeah, that black wire. This is the reason why we call it double negative P, because you have two black wires, and the black wire is one on the bus bar, and one through the diode. And the one going through the diode would be the negative wire from the solar, and the other one would be the negative wire coming from the battery. All the positives hooked together. They all go into one bus bar or directly into your charge controller. So that's the reason why we call it double negative P.
Yeah. The way that I sent you, the energy was not flowing from the solar panel. The solar panel was providing 24 volts, but it was not going through the circuit to the booster or to the controller. Maybe that's
Yeah,
why I should use the red one.
no, don't use the positive. But again, I don't know where you at, so I can't tell you that. So yeah, you can use the red room, figure out how to think. But it sounds like you just got your diet upside down.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because it's a blocking dial. It's going to block energy from going anything. So if you're not getting energy up, so the simple way to do it is put it on your solar or your battery, and then take a measurement.
Yeah,
If
but
you
I
didn't
did.
get, yeah, if you're
The
not
problem is
getting
that
energy out of it, then either something's wrong with the diode, or you got it backwards, and just switch it
no,
around.
no, the diode is fine. Is working fine. The thing is that if I invert the diodes, the energy from the solar panel will go directly to the battery and charge the battery without the solar controller.
Okay, that's never happened, because the whole point is that the controller acts as a resistant energy. So therefore, that resistant energy is going to pull that battery, and it has diodes in it. So once it goes into that charge controller, it can't go backwards.
Okay.
That's the way they design charge controllers. They don't want your battery power feeding back into your solar panels, because that would destroy your solar panels. So the whole point is that it has its own network of diodes, so energy don't come back. So once that diode goes into that charge controller, now if
Yes.
you're trying to um, do it without a charge controller, yeah, then you're feeding energy back into the battery. But once it goes into a charge controller, that energy from the battery and what's name is going to go through that charge controller, and they can't flow backwards.
Mhm. Yeah, I need to play around a little bit more with it.
Well, get the WhatsApp and then get follow the directions that everybody else is doing.
Okay. I'm in the group. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Yes. All right.
Lloyd, I still don't understand if you're still using the solar panel, the one that you built, the 70 cells, and then just for the amps. So from what I understood, you're using two, right? You're using two, one to create the amps and the other one to create volts.
Yes.
So the current design that you're using is the one that you built, right?
Uh, that was the hack. The get the amps from the battery. But the one that I use on my house and did it for over 8 years, I use a MOSFET to get current out, and I built a MOSFET circuit, and that MOSFET circuit puts around 5 amps, or a lot of people don't like me saying amps, current. Current and amps are related, but it puts that current 5 amps of current back into each solar panel. So the circuit that I showed, gave out many times, um, it helps put all that energy back in. But if I run it higher, because it's a 49 amp MOSFET, say if I just put 10 amps in there, what happened is that you got such high which amps and voltage both going through your charge controller, that the percentage of it keeps going up and up, because you're increasing the amps and you're increasing the voltage. So if the more solar panels you have, you increase amps times volts. The more amps you have, you're increasing amps times volts. So if one side is lacking and the other one is increase one side and you still increase it. It's still, like I said, it's always about amps times voltage. So if you have high voltage and only 1 or 2 amps, you still, when you measure that out and times it, you're still going to get it. Now, if you want to do that mathematically, just say, look, if I got two amps, and you say I got 2 volts from my solar panel, okay? So you go 2 times 2, okay? Now say 2 times 3 from your solar panels, 2 times 4 from your solar panels, 2 times 5 from your solar panels. If the number keeps increasing, you just did it mathematically that you're increasing the power going into your system, whether it's voltage or amperage. And sometimes if the amps don't move, but the voltage does, you still increase the power that's going. through your charge controller to charge your battery.
I experienced something that you mentioned before, which was I was pulling the energy from the battery, okay,
Hmm.
and then I plugged it on my solar panel. And my solar panel was providing 26 volts, and the battery was at the time 13.5 volts. And when I connected the solar panel, it dropped to 13.5, which is the load from one of the controllers that I have. And I was hoping that the voltage would be 24 volts from the solar panel, which was outside, and getting the amps from the battery, which was like I could configure with Victron. You can configure the amps that you want to put out. So it was I think it was 6 or 8 amps at the time, but the volts in the solar panel just decreased to the voltage from the battery. This is something that I still don't understand why, but why didn't it keep the 24 volts?
Because you just put a load on there. When you use the Victron, you just put a load on there. Why would you expect it to stay the same if something's pulling energy from it? It's definitely going to drop down.
There are two separate. But I put the load to get the amps, and it was giving me the amps.
Yes, but anytime you put a load on there, it's going to drop down. That's called resistance. Those are your losses.
So
in everything you have, you're always going to have loss.
I understand. So in a way to go around the things that I'm running, you advise me to build my own solar system, my solar panel, and to get the amps and the volts.
Yeah, I want you to build the system so you understand that you can charge the batteries using the way we're thinking. So if you're using the circuit that we got to hide the solar panel from the battery, then the whole point is now you understand that it works. Then the second step is to try to now use the MOSFET circuit that we're talking about. Okay. So then when you do that, you'll see that everybody that's been trying to tell you that this doesn't work, that it does work. And then there's other people who are doing this. That was the third way to say, hey, other people are doing this. It must work. Okay. Because you got tons of people on here who are saying this does work. And the only person so far that I say that doesn't work was the guy hiding behind a cartoon. And trust me, by him hiding behind the cartoon, a lot of people believed him. But he didn't want to show his face because the simple fact was he worked for the electrical company and he was saying things that can be proven. So all you had to do is go out and just research, hey, can you get transit energy spikes from a MOSFET? And a bunch of engineers would tell you yes. But here's the thing. Then he says, well, yeah, you can get transit energy. If you listen to the podcast that he did when he didn't know I was recording him, he said, yes, you can get transit energy spikes, but they're dangerous. Not for solar. Solar is a solid state thing. It's no electronics in your solar panels. So the whole point is if you keep it outside your charge controller and close to your solar panels, I don't care how big the spikes come from, it's not going to harm anything because it's concealed in its own little chamber, its little box that sits on the side of your solar panel, which is a solid state device. So it's nothing for it to harm. The whole point is he just didn't want you doing it. So go back on my channel, listen to the podcast, and listen to him say, yes, this worked, but it's inefficient. And
Yeah,
when I
I
get
ran all the videos.
yeah, so when you hear him say this, the whole point is that I gave the numbers out. For the battery hack, it's 2.2% efficient. That it's not very. It's gonna charge very slowly using that battery hack. But then when you use the MOSFETs, which put in that current, okay, you don't need the way I did the design of that MOSFET. You don't even have to worry about the voltage because the voltage and the current goes through the MOSFET. So you get both of them at the same time. So once you do that, the higher amount of current that goes through that MOSFET, the more it keeps improving. So if you want to go up to the limit of your charge controller, which should be around 100, 200 amps, I don't think anything that goes over 200 amps, I think it starts to be more commercial than it is for home sets. But if you got something that high, you're running some big loads, and that still has to be broken down. But the whole point is that you can get MOSFETs up to 1,000 amps. So if you're running those MOSFETs like that, yeah, you're going to get your amps out, and that's because of the rapid frequency you're putting in there, and it's just something that's moving back and forth. Okay, and when you get something moving back and forth abruptly, you're going to get those transient energy spikes. So all the words I've been saying, just go out and look them up. Find out what transit energy is, where it comes from, and then ask the question, is this current? And then all of a sudden you start to find out what the heck is he talking about? Why is he saying these things? Because they don't want you hooking it to your house. Period.
Yeah. I need to play around a little bit with the circuit that I have, um, which seems to be working in a way, but I need to find a way to have an input source, which probably maybe I already have it because I have a solar panel, and the solar panel could be the input energy that it needs. But we all know that we want to run the solar panel 24 hours a day, even at night. So I want to build something that the same way that you did with those small cells, and but I need to first experiment with the solar panel that I have, because getting the amps from the battery and also the volts from the solar that I already have. The thing is that it is adapting to the battery, and you say it's the resistance. Okay, I understand it. I mean, I don't understand, but I accept. I need to test a little bit more the circuit that I have. I don't hear Lloyd. I don't know why I can't hear you.
I'd placed Lloyd on mute. I think his microphone is the one which is echoing actually back. Lloyd, you can unmute yourself. You'll see an option to unmute or a request. But I find the issue is your microphone actually. Bravo.
My microphone?
Can you hear me?
No. Lloyd's microphone. Yes, I can hear you, Lloyd. Go on.
Yeah, I can hear you, Lloyd.
Okay. The 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 whole point is that I forgot the question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it for me?
Yeah, I think I can. There's a feedback because I think Lloyd has the microphone on. That's why I can hear myself talking, and yeah. No, thank you, Chris. The question or the observation is, the circuit that I have built, I can extract I can extract the amps from the battery, and it's a controlled extraction. So I can put like 5, 10, 1 amp, 2, 3, 4, whatever, till 20 amps, because my Victron controller can go to 20 amps. So I have this range from 1 to 20 amps. The issue that I'm facing now is that I'm not able to put my solar panel working with the battery at the same time. So the battery provides the amps, and the solar panel provides the volts. The thing is that the solar panel is adapting to the voltage that the battery is providing. So if the battery, my battery, in this case, I'm using the load, and the load is providing me 13.5 volts. So that's the voltage that the solar panel will also give. So it will not give me more than what I wanted, 24, because it provides 24 volts. And 24 volts with 10 amps, that would be significant improvement, because normally I get like 115 watts in a clear day. But using that method from the battery and the solar, I could get like 200 something watts.
Circuit.
Sorry?
Are you using the blocking diode circuit?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so something is going around with the circuit because, again, the battery cannot um, interfere with the solar panel. If that's why they use blocking diodes in the first place, it makes those two separate.
Mhm. That's why I say I need to play around with it.
Yeah. Did that come over? Come to the channel. You said you're with the channel on WhatsApp, right?
Yes, I just joined.
Okay, so give me some pictures of your diagram and what you're doing. Either draw them out or take some video so we can see the actual diode and the way it's set up, and we'll work through it.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Just keep doing what you're doing, because I think that's fantastic.
Yes, we're going to keep going on. Like I say, is many other technologies. We got hydrogen technology to cover, and once once people start to really understand how those transit energy spikes work in a MOSFET, then it opens the door to everything else. Because then when I start teaching you how to actually do solid state batteries, you're going to be on a whole different level than anybody. It was like, why even use solar panels? You're just going to use a solid state battery to get all the power you want in the first place. But you have to understand how this transit energy spikes work. And that's the what level I have to get people at. Until I get people on that, I'm just going to stay on this level, because even when I send people back to Nikola Tesla and show them that when you put high frequency into a coil and an iron behind that coil, that means it energizes that, and the energy in the iron core and the energy kind of go through the wire at high frequency, gives you that overlapping energy, which acts like current. And Nikolai Tesla was doing this principle. So you don't need MOSFETs. You just need any kind of conductor to do this. So once you understand that the conductor, like a jewel thief, uses the same principle, because that's transit energy in those conductors, all of a sudden you start using that. And like I said, they weren't mad that I'm giving out this information. They were mad that we hooked it to solar panels. But this is when you start to understand the simple things that we were doing. A jewel thief uses the energy spikes to take a low voltage and turn it into a higher voltage.
Mhm. I tried the Joule Thief circuit to work as a solar panel because it provided a high amount of voltage. But the problem is that it adapts to the circuit, so it went to the same voltage as the battery. So
Well,
it was not giving more.
you need to run that through a filter if you're going to hook it to any circuit. Okay, you have to run that through a filter. So how we do that is you take your solar panel and you run it through your battery. That means you have to step the voltage and the amps down. So get a DC to DC converter. Run your Joule Thief through that DC to DC. That'll act as your filter, and then charge your battery.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks. I will share the circuit that I have on the group.
Okay. Chris, you got anybody else?
No, none that I see. But I'd seen the issue with the echo is coming from your side.
Nothing else on but my microphone. So
I don't know why, when I unmuted you is when the other guy was able to talk well.
right.
But who do we have? Yeah, if you want to join in, this is the link. If you have something that you want to say, or you have a question that you want to ask Lloyd, you don't have to show your face if you don't want to. Then Jack Hall was talking about that he found a book on Amazon titled "The Free Energies Radio Waves."
Yes.
So he's asking like, what what about wind power, seawater? I think that depends with your definition of the term free energy. Then some people wanted you to define transient energy. There was something to do with that. Let me try to see if I can find it.
Yeah. We're not saying that hydro is not free energy, but here's the thing. What we're trying to say is that radio waves were supposed to be unlimited. It's not, but it is. You can do three or four things of putting. We'll say it like this: you have a radio, and we ask the question, which is in the book. Um, in that, in the book, it states if you have a radio wave or a radio station broadcasting, how many radios can be get that signal before the radio wave is exhausted? Well, AI says it's unlimited. It's not, because we learn these things by terms like in hand radio they call it key down, or down key, that means they punch in these capacitors, which pulls in all the radio waves. And if you can use up a radio wave, then that theory goes out the window. But it's pretty big. So that means that if I take a radio wave, put it out there, I can make 3 or 4 other devices that pick up that radio wave and then transfer that back into my system. Okay. It's not unexhaustible, but it is pretty big. But you can't do that with water, because if you need a certain amount of water to turn a water wheel and then you split that into three, it's not going to be enough water to turn 3 water wheels. That's the difference between hydro and radio waves. Okay. So you think it's a big difference. So why would the radio wave being broadcast change because you want to run RF, which is RF stands for radio frequency? Maybe he was talking to somebody online. I don't know.
Yes, Scamchat and 14 Supersonic were talking about something. Then we have Ray. Ray, do you want to say something? And also we have somebody called Anuki Raisa Weaver. You guys want to say something, or you have a question for Lloyd?
Yeah, so I used to work in radiotherapy, and I love how you described the effect of the charged plates and using the DC charge controller as a balancer and a signal or noise filter, is the way you phrased it, because it's a very important principle in being able to regulate and control the discharge of energy from one state, whether it's a low state to a high state or vice versa, depending on the quality control you need. And, having left this industry, we have been trying to play around with this stuff in other ways. So I started off seeing someone making fun of your video, and I got chills because I understood it. I have literally watched oscilloscopes where what you're describing, the conversion of this energy through a filter, is what we use in a similar way in signal capacitors to feed into a linear accelerator. And in linear accelerator, they use these on warships to charge and direct, let's say, energy weapons or radar systems to focus energy on a target, which could be really far away, but using low frequencies. Yes, they use higher frequencies because they have the energy systems, sometimes a nuclear power plant on a ship, so they can waste that energy to drive low frequencies great distances. And they call it over the horizon radar. That's fair. But what you're describing is a way to use that same low frequency and hold it into a higher amperage or energy level to discharge it in the way that you want. And that's what you're doing, which I love. When people are making fun of you, I just, bite my knuckles and just like laugh, because they either one don't understand what you're doing, or as you've rightly said, they're just looking for ways to try to discredit you. But I built these things when I was living in Uganda. I showed people how to use it. I built similar systems using low quality solar systems by putting in ultragalactic capacitors, wiring it into the positive and negative, and then having a diode to redirect it. So these things could run till about 7, 8 p.m., still absorbing some of that radiant energy from over the horizon. And they worked. But, at the time, I was not particularly interested in pursuing it. I just wanted to help people figure stuff out. Anyone living in the East African region will have heard of. I don't even want to name the company, but there are these small community. They have like a not a Unilever. It's like a those Avon, an Avon model for marketing solar products. And I would just take them, open them up, and modify them in this little way, and they could run them even on low light days, because what we really need is the resonance or the light energy shaking the crystals to displace the electrons and trap it with the capacitor and the diode to direct that flow, which made them more efficient, and a lot of them are still running. So what would die typically is the battery system, because the battery systems at the time were very cheap, they were mass produced, and they were not these higher quality lithium ion batteries that have now what they call a battery management system, or the BMS. And I wish I had stayed out of the US longer, but everything you're doing makes total sense to me. I was messaging you earlier that I've got the book for my kiddo because I explained it to him and he doesn't get it. You know, he's not that old yet and hasn't had much experience, but they work. What you're doing does work. And I would say anyone who tries to make a system that doesn't work, they're doing it on purpose. They're not really trying to follow what you're describing or explaining in a way that would get the results you are showing, which I have seen literally myself. Nowhere in the US are they going to do it typically because, as you found out, they find ways to hurt you. I'm not the kind of person who's easily made scared, but I also have no desire to stay here for the long term. So I'm just in and out. So again, I just wanted to come and applaud you because what you're doing does work, and don't let anyone take that from you.
Okay, Chris, can you hear me now? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that, man. I appreciate that. I'm hoping that more people actually come out and say this, and because we're so close to getting exactly what everybody's been looking for, a way to get energy that they don't have to pay for. Because remember, even if you say free energy, they have a problem with you saying that. And so I have to clarify it. If you want what we call free energy, energy that you don't have to pay for through a grid, that means your money. And if you don't have to pay for it and you can get it free, we call that free energy. But you know that they try any form or fashion to keep you from having just that, to be out of their system and producing it energy independence. So yeah, they're trying to preserve their pocketbooks, money coming into them. So of course they're going to have a problem with it. Ah, there go my friend. I the guy's on here now giving the question. You guys should watch his channel. And
Lloyd,
one day yes, you should get him
I
on
think,
the show.
yeah, yeah, you should get on the show. MTech nowadays is a regular on the channel. I usually see his comments. MTech, you can join in.
Yeah,
And
MTech, you definitely need to join in.
Anuki, I'm also from East Africa by then.
Nice to meet you all.
Hey, hey man, talk about your project, man, because I keep telling everybody that what you're doing is exactly what I've been talking about and doing for a long time. How do you get your amps? Can you hear me? Chris. I can hear you. Did he hear
I
the
was saying
question?
that he can hear us. MTech can hear, but I doubt if he's going to join.
Oh.
But if he join, it will be cool. You can continue answering. I think you are trying to answer Anuki.
No, the reason why is that he runs a system that uses Nikolai Tesla's device. It's not MOSFETs, even though he uses a MOSFET in his ringer, and the ringer it puts out those high transient spikes. But when he uses the apparatus from Nikolai Tesla's patent, it produces amps. And then he hooks the two systems together, one that produces voltage and one that produces amps. And I wanted him to talk about that because the simple fact is that when everybody start doing that simple little thing, they're going to be making all these different devices that's just uh that's going to be crazy, man. It's going to be free energy for everybody. And it started back using Nikolai Tesla's energy, and everybody keeps saying that or mentioning about Nikolai Tesla. And that's when people get upset and they say Tesla, 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 which I did a video on that. But the whole simple fact is that if you understand his work, you're going to understand that, look, this guy knew how to use transient energy before he was even coined transient energy. So as soon as you start to understand MTEX, what he's doing, you're going to start to see he's doing this basically without MOSFETs. Now he does have a MOSFET on his super ringer, but that's just for a high switch. Okay, so but it's the device that comes after the high switch, which produces the current, and everybody's looking for that current to get it out, especially if they're going to use solar um, with LED lights, because you get just voltage from that, not current. But the simple fact is that when you can use what he's using, MTech, then all the simple fact is now you're going to start getting this current back out, and you're not even really using a uh, a MOSFET, and I call it's a energy trap. So I call it a trap. So that means this trap is now going to convert these frequencies into current. So in my book, I call it a trap. But those are my terms. Those are my terms. Again, when you're talking to somebody and they can't see something, you try to use colorful words to get a person to get an image in their mind. So yeah, I'm not using these words as their technical uses. I use them so people can understand. So yeah, I call MOSFETs generators and stuff. But this is because I'm trying to get you to see that this thing is vibrating like a bell, uh, and it's going back and forth so fast. And then once it strikes that bell, it's actually putting out high spikes of transit energy. So therefore, I can relate it to a generator. Uh, this they would call it a linear generator. It wouldn't be one running in a circle, but this one goes back and forth. So they call that a linear generator. But people have a problem with that and tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. So that's the reason why I put the books out there, and then you just follow the math and the design is in the book, and you guys will get it. Mm. And what's we can clear that up too. I'm using a transistor. So a transistor is a some people call them MOSFETs, and some people call them transistors. And so they're all transistors. It's just some are bigger than the other. So if anybody is telling you what type of transistors that you're using, because there's a whole lot of different types of transistors, just say transistor. That way you don't get in an argument with this is a MOSFET, this is not a MOSFET. Again, people do that to keep you from doing the thing. It's a transistor. Don't matter what you call it, it's going to be a transistor. Yeah. Okay. Resident plays a big key in that. Yeah, they do. Yeah. It's just again, a MOSFET is just a powerhouse, and the transistors are normally small and take less power. But after you go up with a transistor on so big, then they start calling it a MOSFET, and then they got different names after those MOSFETs get so big. So I did a video on that showing you the different sizes in the MOSFETs, so you could see that they make giant MOSFETs and they make tiny MOSFETs. But then when they get so small, then they call them transistors because all of them are transistors. That means you guys may be in the same family, but you're all called different names. Just put it that way. That's a good way to explain it. You may all come from the same person, the same thing, in the same family, but you all have different names. I wish we had got MTech on. At least he could have just answered the question.
I think you already went away. I doubt if he's still around. But we had somebody else called Ray who joined in, and I don't know if he wants to say something or he's just want to hang around. Bravo Six, you're saying audio is good.
Yes.
I see.
Are they having a conversation with themselves?
Yeah, sometimes, but he was talking about what MTech is using.
Ah. And see, you got to understand that this is going to be a debate that's going to go on forever because everybody has a specific name on what they're calling it and stuff. But it's a transistor. So look at what MTech is calling it himself. He says a transistor, then use a transistor. It's just here's a difference between what my idea of a transistor doesn't have a aluminum backing to it. When you put aluminum backing to it, then it becomes a MOSFET. Transistors don't get that hot because if they do, they pop and they're no good anymore. So if you're running that thing at high speeds, you're going to damage a transistor. So that when it becomes a transistor and then they change the name, even though it's still a transistor, they call them MOSFET because it has that aluminum back with the hole in the top of it. That's a MOSFET. And there's different types of MOSFETs. So again, they're being technical. They're not exactly wrong, but they're grasping at small little imperfections on how people keep us confused.
Hey, brother, let me ask you this. Have you tried experimenting with radio capacitors, like the ceramic capacitors for holding essentially radiation discharge from our atmosphere to drive it through the MOSFETs and the DC-DC charge controllers?
Yes.
All right, great. Let's know more.
All right. I will say this though. Have you ever seen an energy harvester? I use that for my energy harvesters.
There's one sitting on my desk right now. There's one on my desk right now.
Oh, okay. So yeah, yeah.
Hey Lloyd, I thought you were about to explain something to him when you did ask him about the harvest, and he said yes.
Okay.
I thought you were going to explain something to him.
Yeah, I was trying to get him to explain the when he wrapped the wire around the PVC pipe. We know that to be a bucking coil. So he put that bucking coil around the PVC pipe, and then he puts his jewel ringers, which is the voltage part of it, into his bucking coil, and he can do more than one. That means he's basically taking that RF wave and putting it through that bucking coil, and getting amps out of that. And he's also using negative resistance, which is feeding back into his battery, so he doesn't have to use as much energy in his battery. This is the reason why I tell people to go to his channel, because if they start using these techniques, all of a sudden, what you have is everybody's going to start attaching that to solar panels in their house. Period. You're done, because now you know where your energy is coming from, and it eliminates that need for all those batteries. You can go to smaller batteries. Ah, okay. Well, I'm going to be putting some books about energy harvesters and stuff out, um, showing some new designs. But matter of fact, I'll mention it. If you take an energy harvester and the Zambini pile, if I'm saying it correctly, it's a electrostatic battery. You don't need that many, because normally if you stack a bunch of them together, you increase the voltage. But if you do that, then you get a better harvester because it's not only harvesting RF waves, it's actually harvesting electrostatic energy and putting that through the same circuit. So again, I'll save that for the book. You should be running a lab somewhere, 14 Supersonic. How about join our group and eventually my think tank?
Fourteen Supersonic was supposed to test Josiah's paper, but I think 14 Supersonic disappeared. He told me that he reached out to you, but you never answered 14 Supersonic. Oh,
Yeah,
how did it go? You were supposed to test his paper and the theory he was proposing.
I got his paper, and I wrote him and told him I got his paper, and we tested it, everything. Everything I found it was fine. So I don't know how we kept missing each other.
Are you saying that you got the paper and you tested?
Yes.
14 Supersonic, you saying that you did not hear from him. He was, I think, he emailed you. Check your email. Check your email, or I'll try
Ask him
to
if
tell
he
him
got the
to
email I
contact
sent today.
Lloyd.
Ask him if he got the email from me today.
Who, Josiah or 14 Supersonic? You mean Josiah? Lloyd,
Yeah.
you talking about the guy who got your email? You mean the doctor, or you mean the guy called Josiah?
I answered all the emails unless I'm mistaken. That's what, as I said, because when we started the show, I emailed everybody who's ever emailed me to get on the show. So if he didn't get an email from me, then I don't have his email.
I don't know. I understand. I was talking about the guy who wanted 14 Supersonic to test his paper. His name is Josiah.
Okay.
He came on the live one day when we had identity, and he was defending you. I don't know if you remember him.
Yes. He was the
He
inventor. I
pre-
got his paper. Yes.
uh,
Is he on WhatsApp?
no. Unless I get his WhatsApp number, but I contact him on email. But I'll try to get his WhatsApp number.
Yeah, try to get his WhatsApp number, because then what happened is that we won't be disconnected anymore, because then he can answer me the question specifically. But if he's not on there, that email, I noticed they have deleted some of my emails,
Okay.
especially with the doctor. The doctor sent me a message and said every one of his emails was deleted, and it was deleted on my side too.
I see. Network Network Metatron is saying that I'm echoing. For me not to echo, I have to mute. To mute when I mute Lloyd like that, there's no echo. And I see Larry. Larry came back. Larry. Larry,
Yes.
Larry, Larry. You
Can you
came
hear me?
back, yeah? Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
perfectly.
I was here. It just wasn't working. I was here. I heard everything.
Oh, you are hearing everything.
Oh yeah, but I couldn't get back on. Let me see if it can see me now. Now I'm too high, right? Let's see, too low. It's too high. Chris.
Yes, yes.
Hey, Chris, you're doing a great job. You got a good man on there for you. I appreciate you all, man. I
Yeah,
joined
it looks.
I joined too. I'm gonna have some other people join.
It seems. It seems like you know Lloyd from a long time ago.
Well, I learned a lot from Lloyd. So I can tell you the story if you got time. You got time?
We have time. We have time. You, unless if Lloyd want to say something, but we have time.
So a lady in Detroit, I called her one day. I said, "Do you know anybody that knows how to run a car on water?" She said, "Yeah, this guy named Lloyd." So I called Lloyd and I said, "Lloyd, my name is Larry Cherry, and I want to know can I run my car on water?" And Lloyd said, "Well, let me ask you a question. What is your car running on right now?" I said, "Gasoline." He said, "Well, what is gasoline?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "It's a carbohydrate." it's a it's a hydrocarbon, right? It's a hydrocarbon. He said, "Your car's already running on hydrogen." I said, "You mean I don't have to change the engine?" He said, "No. You just got to get hydrogen into the intake manifold and then learn how to." What I found out, you got to learn. I was able to do it with one of my cars, but I found out that these newer cars, you got to have something to change the PMW and the oxygen sensors affect them. So I hadn't really been able to get into it, but now I'm more to it. But anyway, from that, I started talking to him, and he taught me about everything from radio propagation to electrostatics to converting plastic to, when the guy that's on there that's converting plastic into gasoline that's on the internet. Well, Lloyd was telling me about that 15 years ago, and so he taught me so much that I became like a alternative energy researcher. And so now I'm doing a lot of things. I'm learning a lot of things. I've learned many things, but Lloyd was the introduction, and it helped me open my mind up to the idea of what free energy is. But when I was 5 years old, I had a dream about a car running on water, and I see that it wasn't a dream. That it's really something simple to do if we just get the right electrolyzer. I was on Alibaba the other day. They selling electrolyzers, man, that go up to shoot. You can get something that run 1,000 amps and all that on Alibaba. You can buy them, but you can also build them yourself. So the electrolyzer, getting hydrogen and creating it, to me, that's one of the simplest ways. When the electric cars came out, I just like that's not going to be it. Hydrogen is going to run the future, and it's exactly what's happening. The United States is probably further behind than every other major country in using hydrogen to run stuff. You agree with that, Lloyd? Oh, wait a minute, I can't hear you. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me? Oh, wait a minute, sound went out, and it said no connection. Mm. I can't hear you. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear
Yes,
me?
brother. We hear you, brother.
Okay. I don't know how long ago I got cut out. What's the last thing you heard me say?
No, we heard everything you said about the converting your vehicle to hydrogen and stuff. We were hearing you.
Oh, I couldn't hear you. For some reason, I lost connection with you, Chris, but it came back, so good. So yes, I've learned a lot from Lloyd, and I've introduced a lot of people to him, and He has an amazing breadth of knowledge. There's no questions about alternative energy that you could ask Lloyd that he can't give you some intelligent, many answers on because he sees it all as one. So yeah, so thank you, Lloyd, for everything I learned from you. I appreciate you 100%, man. But I can't hear Lloyd now. Chris, are you there? Are you there, Chris?
Lloyd, we can see you talking, but we can't hear you.
I
You
know
can hear?
Chris muted me out.
Oh, okay. Okay. But you can hear me
Every
now?
time he mutes me out, the something that's the reverb is not is interfering with everybody. So he started muting the mic. But yeah, I heard everything you said.
So
I appreciate it.
I asked ChatGPT what would happen if I took graphene, graphite, urine, uh, uh, sodium hydroxide, and put it all together in an electrolyzer. And first it started telling me what I couldn't do, and then it kept after a while. It said, "Oh yeah, you can do this. You can produce unlimited stuff, you know." Right. So I'm looking a lot at graphene, man. That seeing it as one of the. It's really. You remember the movie Black Panther with the that vibranium? I'm looking at graphene as that vibranium that they were talking about. And I can't hear you, Lloyd, again. I'm not sure where you keep going.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. Here's the thing. I believe you on the right path with the graphene, but it's not vibranium.
Yeah.
The here's the thing. Anything that is going to be considered vibranium is going to have its own natural frequency that's going to be very, very high. That's what any element that meets that qualification could be called vibranium. So if it's giving you a high rate, but see, they have things like that, but it's radioactive, and that's the difference between vibranium and plutonium. One kills you, and the other one doesn't.
Right.
so, so yeah, you get high uranium or anything like that, purified uranium, you killing yourself. But the other is giving you energy, or is helping you produce energy. So it's just a clean form of radiation.
It's another thing is interesting. And gallium, 40 years ago, a guy made an engine that ran off of 1 gallon of fuel would run for 100,000 miles. And he had a contract with, that's right here in Illinois. He had a contract with the bus company. What's the name of the big bus company? But anyway, when they found him, he was already dead, and the government had barred people from using him. But he was using gallium. And what I found out about gallium is that when you use it in an electrolyte solution for hydrogen, that the gallium is not even used up. The gallium is still the same amount in there as when you as when you started the process. So you just use it over and over, and that's probably why he was able to use it. His name was, he had a company called, what was the name of his company? Can't remember right now. But he was right here in Illinois, and he was 100,000 miles on 1 gallon of fuel. Yeah. Greyhound. He had the contract with Greyhound.
Here's the thing about this stuff. If we get into the stuff we talk about,
Hmm.
You talk about sending somebody into a tailspin. These people will go crazy. The little stuff that I've been talking about, and the trolls came out from everywhere. They were like army ants, and it wasn't even sophisticated. We started talking about the stuff we talk about. Here's the thing: you ever see the movie Twilight Zone where the guy talks about a guy who made a pill? You put it in water,
Yeah,
and it turns the water into fuel.
yeah, but I don't think it was Twilight program.
It's real. So when I start talking about this in my book, and then I start talking to people about it, they go absolutely bonkers. And then when I asked uh, GPT, Chat GPT, he was like, "Well, tell me what this product is, and I can tell you if it works." So I tell it. I says the whole point is it's aluminum. The pills were made out of aluminum. Now he did mix other stuff in there, but I didn't know all the other stuff. So when you take a powdered aluminum, that means you're taking the oxide that's over the aluminum that protects it from the elements, and you strip that away, put it in a pill, and then you drop that pill. The pill turns the water into hydrogen, pure hydrogen. Now go back and ask Chat GPT what I just said. Say if you take a pill of a powdered aluminum and put it in water, what would happen? Okay. So now once you tell it that, it can find the information of the people who've done this. So the people they were putting on the Twilight Zone, he was supposed to went to Canada, okay, or he ran to Canada to escape. All of a sudden, it started giving you all these references of all the people who's ever did this, and they've been suppressing just that technology that you can take aluminum. So remember the guy, um,
Harlow,
Harlemagne. Yeah, Harlemagne. He was using the same technique, right?
right?
So, like I say, you have all these people in other countries doing stuff like this, but if you tell people from America this stuff, they just go into a frenzy on what you can and cannot do because they think the whole world revolves around them instead of the world revolving around its own axis.
Right.
They think the United States is the king of everybody when everybody been producing and keeping it secret from the United States.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, so we we don't try to tell them too much because again we know that we're using stuff that they're not using yet, and until they can prove that it works or don't work, it's just gonna cause a lot of commotion.
Just, just imagine where we would be if they had not taken the word ether out of the science books back in the early 1900s, and people actually realized that everything comes from the ether, and that ether is a medium for all frequencies. Then you open up to a whole different awareness.
Lloyd, I'm sure you can hear me. There's a there's a lot of noise coming from your side, though. I don't know if you can try to check your mic or
Who is that from me?
no, from Lloyd's side. Lloyd's side.
Oh,
US is okay. Yeah, when he speaks, you can hear a lot of noise. ID, ID, I was saying that I needed your help with something. I'll try to send it to you. There's a company called Enron. I don't know if you guys have seen it. They came up with an egg. They say it uses nuclear fission, and the CEO of the company said that it has been powering his house for I think 10 years or more. Then they made pre-orders. People bought, and when it came to delivery date was this April, somewhere around 5th or 6th April. They are supposed to begin delivering. Then they say that the government, it is based in the US. They say that the government had stopped them from going, like, from taking the product to the market or selling to the people. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. If you haven't, I'll try to send it to you on. You see it from Instagram. They have been advertising it a lot, and they've already been paid a lot of money. Let me unmute Lloyd to see.
I've seen similar products. I don't know if it's the same product, but the simple fact is that it's a lot of products that claim that they're using some type of nuclear. But here's the thing about it: the reason why I believe it is because in your fire detectors they use a radioactive isotope. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not the only product out on the market that uses radioactive isotopes. So, um, the whole point is that they're going to suppress things like that.
Like, uh, it's not the only product, but so far the available products, they can only produce like energy in milli something. It's not millivolts. It's not able to do a lot, like powering a house or that. But now, what these guys are claiming is they have made a product very small. It's like an egg, and they say that it can power an entire house and do a lot. Like in your house, it can power anything you want with it. And the CEO of the company say that he has been running it for over 10 years. But now, when it came to time that they want to take the product to market, that the government sent them some letters and want them not to do that, not to go ahead with it. I will share even the CEO saying that. I'll share with you on WhatsApp later, or let me see if I can be able to find it right now on Instagram. Then I'll play it. You see it.
Okay, that's not a problem. But like I said, when we made our flying car, which is basically a blimp, uh, the government told us the same thing. The police told us that people were shooting at us, thinking it was a spaceship and all this other kind of crazy stuff. But the whole point is that the government just wanted to control us. And basically, how they controlled that project, they just simply asked us if we have a license to fly. And since we didn't have a license to fly, they made us dismantle the car. So I put the book out. I said the same thing in the book. Now here in Laos, we don't have to have licenses like that. So we're going to redevelop. Once I get situated, we're going to rebuild it. And then I'll be putting that on my YouTube channel and everything. Of course, people are going to call it fake at first. But like I said, it's just an upgraded blimp. And anybody who's read my book, How I Constructed My Flying Car, you're going to see some terms and stuff in there that you've never heard. How to use hydrogen to put in that balloon and it will not blow up. Okay? So people who have that book know the secret.
And 14 Supersonic, I see you. 14 Supersonic, I see you. Let me try to play the video in a moment or in a minute.
Yeah, he said hydrogen won't blow up. Yeah, we know that, but it is flammable. But it's something that they used to keep you from making your own dirigible, or what they stopped using small blimps. Small blimps are dirigibles.
So yeah, I'm sure you guys can see these guys. They went ahead to get money from the people, from a lot of people, from what I saw on Instagram, and then later on they come and say that they're unable to deliver because the government, they have gotten a letter that is restricting them from doing so. So I think maybe such people, they are using this sort of the free energy kind of talk, or the free energy field, or the free energy environment to steal from people, where you have a technology where you believe it's something that works but does not work, because we know you can be able to use nuclear fission, but the amount of energy it can produce is very little, unable to power house. But there's a video from these guys. They were saying that you can use it to power. In fact, this guy was the one who was saying that he was able to power his house for more than 10 years. He has been using that technology. I'll try to get it also, that video, to power his house for more than 10 years. Then right now, after they get money from the people, they say that the government doesn't want them to supply anymore. So I don't know, Lloyd, what do you think on this? It is I think this is a scam. I'm supposed to make a video on it, and I wanted to get the input of ID sometime. I was looking for his email, but I saw he contacted me, so I tried to get him to talk more about this deep in. But Lloyd, yeah, I'd like to hear your opinion on the same. Let me unmute you as I look for another video from the same guys. You want to say something, Anu, before I bring in Lloyd? Anuki?
Oh, I just reconnected. I just came back in.
Okay. So is okay if I bring in Lloyd?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
It, first thing when he first came on, I thought it was a scam. First of all, the egg doesn't have any output cords or input cords to it. It's just an egg. Second of all, look at the symbol on his thing. Isn't that the same company the government said that they cheated everybody and a bunch of people got arrested for cheating people out of millions of dollars? It's the same symbol.
Oh, I see. I did not know that.
Look it up. This
Yeah,
This
you
one.
can take a
that's the Enron symbol.
yes. Isn't that the one that cheated everybody? I think it's a joke. I think he put that on there as a joke.
Oh, he's making. Oh, it's comedy. I see.
Yes, it's
Oh, it's a.
comedy.
Oh, I see. Then it makes sense. It's parody. I was wondering.
But see, this is the propaganda that I tell you about that they put on there, and then it makes everybody disbelieve everything. Um, like you say, so again, when you start looking at this and you start seeing the symbols and what's named, those are light hints that this is not real. So you have my answer.
Oh, so it's. Let me mute you first. You're saying it's a parody, yeah? So this guys, I think so. They have an entire YouTube, an entire Instagram account focused on this parody. It seems so because this is from their they have like an Instagram account that has been just posting things to do with Enron, and so I saw I saw it about, was it 2 weeks ago? Yeah, I think 2 weeks ago, and I was like, oh, this is crazy. I did not know that it is more of like a parody. But yeah, if you put it that way, then I think it makes sense.
Yeah, Enron was shut down for years of inflating their balance books to make investors think that they were making money, and they were giving them
Okay.
money that they were collecting from new investors to the existing ones. It was a very big pyramid scheme, is what they call it. When the people at the bottom of the pyramid are giving money, and it's going to the people at the top, so it keeps spreading and growing up. And the egg joke is to do with the high cost of eggs now in the U.S.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Sable, they got you.
I see. Man, I was like, I was wondering what is going on. But I was supposed. The good thing is I did not make a video about it. I said let me first contact ID first, and then I was unable to reach ID on time. So just said let me wait until I get I get in contact with him first. But I see like they have an entire an entire channel, an entire Instagram thing going on about this parody. So yeah, it makes sense that way.
Yeah. Lloyd, if we could, I want to ask you a bit about, like, you mentioned in your book that it's important to first build, for anyone who's trying to do this, to first build small systems before you scale up. And you pointed out a really interesting thing I wanted to hopefully bring up, but maybe you can expand on it, that it's always good to test small systems before you begin scaling up, because some of the ones you mentioned that have really high voltages are dangerous. And I know because I've worked with some of these kinds of things on the medical side, and all the safety protocols and lockouts and things that they had set up on the industrial side. Could you touch up more on, like, um, things people should do when they're prototyping and testing out bigger systems for, like, a home or like a small factory, if you're doing a small business and you want to run those higher loads for more equipment, for example?
And mute him.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah, if you want to run things on higher things, my suggestion is you learn the protocols for dealing with high electricity. Because once you start doing the smaller systems, you'll get small shocks. Those small shocks are supposed to be a warning to you, um, that you can't leave things on like you get used to, because it doesn't hurt you. So when you're messing with things that's a lot of power, they don't just give you small shocks. They actually explode stuff. You get enough amps into something and you touch it wrong, is either going to pop, explode, or you're going to get seriously harmed just from the sparks and stuff that fly off of there. So again, this means that you have to know what positive and negative is always, and remember they use different types of color cords. Okay, so everything is not straightforward when you're messing with higher powers. So you hook up something wrong, like the neutral wire and all that kind of stuff. It's still, those things carry power. So um, that's why I tell people, learn how to deal with electricity. Read lots of books. Learn everything you can before you go into those bigger systems. Stay with the small systems until you learn it. Eventually, over the years and stuff, you will learn these systems, and you will have a lot of little small mistakes that won't be harmful to you. So that's my advice. Are they talking about something else, Chris?
I'm the one who was talking with him.
No, I know, but I'm saying I'm reading the comments, and
Yeah, about that comment, I'm the one who was talking with him in the comment section. There is a guy also called Nature Jab, who is converting plastic to petrol and to also diesel. So Scamchan is saying that is a joke and its fuel is dangerous to people. That is not doing anything new. I think he said Scamchan said that he's not doing anything new in one of his video that I saw. He said that the only thing he's doing is the machine he created. Yeah, Lloyd.
what I was saying is everything you're saying is correct. He's not doing anything new. It was a Japanese guy, and I can send you over the video, who built a machine that turns all plastic over to some type of fuel. It is dangerous because it's got harmful chemicals in it. Okay, benzene and a couple other chemicals in it, which they do filter out in gasoline along with lead. You know, they filter that stuff out of gasoline. But the whole point is that when you're in a crisis or you need an emergency, it can be used in the car. So yeah, what he's doing is true. He can turn plastic into a fuel. Now, what he's never shown on his videos is how to filter out those things. So he has just hydrocarbons, okay, clean it up. He's never shown that. So if he cleans that fuel up, it wouldn't be dangerous anymore. It's what the big industrial people do. Okay, so why can't us? See, I think people have a problem again because you're talking about a big $1 trillion company, And if you take that $1 trillion company and you start explaining something somebody can do in their backyards, then they get upset at stuff like that. So then all the propaganda come out. But a hydrocarbon is one of the simplest things to produce, and it will burn in your car. So yeah, he's proven the simple fact is he can burn it in the car. But you can also take alcohol and put it in the car, and it'll burn too and run your car. So because alcohol is a carbon is a hydrocarbon. So again, I laugh at stuff like that because basically your car runs on hydrogen. The carbon don't burn. It's at its lowest denominator. And I know I'm saying that incorrect for people who want to get down there, but it's the lowest form that we know of is carbon. So carbon does not burn; it just goes out in the atmosphere. It breaks off. So again, the main component that burns wood, what's names, because those are hydrocarbons, is the hydrogen in it. So, like I said, I've been doing that for a long time. What's the comment that this guy is making?
So
Chris, read the comment.
yeah, that's from my. I'm sorry. Hello. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was saying ID is talking about you talking about coming up with a book about a flying car. Like how? I think he wants you to talk about that. I was switching my internet. Yeah.
No, no, the the thing is that he's made a lot of little comments on my YouTube channel. Um, but the whole point is that the flying car is nothing but a upgraded blimp. So either you don't believe in blimps, and try to troll it, or you just understand that in our day and technology that we could have made blimps safe and we can make it any shape we want. So, but they've been trying for a long time to stop personal blimps, people using which they call a dirigible. Anytime it gets that small, they call it a dirigible. But you remember they had a guy who tied a bunch of balloons to a chair, and he went in air. So if you go back and read that articles, you see the big upset that he caused because he did that. You know, I think he even got charged with a crime because again, you remember America and the way the people who live there have to control every aspect, because if they didn't, people would have more freedom to do stuff, and you probably would have more accidents, but you would also have more discoveries. They would be like the Wright brothers, when everybody told them no. But right now, if you are living in America, a Wright brother would be illegal for a person to even take off. So that's America for you.
I think Anuk is trying to come to put on the
Yeah,
video button.
I just managed to fix my camera. Yeah, that chap was charged with flying without a license, and causing a public nuisance. But, people came together and paid for his fine. So, yeah, everything is a commercial crime. So people get charged. They either do jail time or prison time, depending on the level of the crime. And some people get away with it without much harm. Others, like Stanley Mayer and others like him who built these hydrogen vehicles, they get offered promises, great contracts, and they cross over to the other side. They join the ether, essentially. That's why I'm not trying to do anything here. I share, like you are doing, with people around the world quietly. And then, I'm just like you. I see what they do to our brothers here. And so those who are willing to listen, I share, and then I move on. I don't hang around too much because, like somebody said earlier, don't argue with pigeons. You're just going to lose all the time. But you just keep carrying on, like I see you're doing. Just keep carrying on. Those who get tired or get bored with trying to make you look silly, they end up showing their true colors. And you just keep doing what you're doing because they get bored eventually when you don't fall for their lures and all the BS that they do.
You're gone. Or you want me to bring Lloyd on?
Yes, you 100% right. And like I say, I tell people this: keep doing what you guys are doing and working on these little experiments on yourself, and then all of that stuff just fades away. Um, we don't have to listen to the propaganda. And right now, that technique of propaganda is something they mainly use to keep us to not do simple little stuff. And that's the reason why I try to explain stuff into the book and stuff is that if we had blimps in the past, why can't we have them in the future? Why did it work back then and yet not now? So when you start to see that this basic information starts to hit home with people, then that's how you have to start training. Break it down to its lowest form, and then build people back up, so they know that their education and all that is correct, that it's based on something real, and then all these other people just simply fade away. And yeah, I've said that on my YouTube channels that I'm not going away, and I'm still going to be here. So absolutely, I totally agree with you.
I see. I see. We have this guy is called. This is Okawat or ORCA saying that Scamchan is a troll. No, Scamchan is not a troll. I think people have different opinions in the chat section. And if somebody has a different opinion than yours, it doesn't mean that they are a troll. Uh, Anuki, if you want to say something, just feel free to go ahead. And I think identity went away.
So we were talking a little bit, just rather tangentially, about energy harvesters. I don't think my camera will let you see this very well, but it's this one. So there's this toys that they sell, and it's supposed to be a coil. And this is going to your point about, sorry, it's these toys that they sell, they're supposed to be ways to harness energy, right? But what I found is, see if I can get it to, okay, it has to be at an angle. They don't actually do anything because a big flaw in this design is that these coils at the bottom here, they don't touch any of the coiling that's up in this part of in the prism.
So what I've been doing is buying them and digging out the base so I can attach the coil up into the main part of the, sorry, this is just trying to, this coil up here doesn't
Yeah.
touch any of this down here. So I basically have to buy them and dig out this part and try to solder it to this coil here in order for it to do anything at all. And they sell them as a kind of energy harvesting device for improving the ionized. Yeah, I know.
I like it seems to me. It seems like they're using the Egyptian pyramid to steal from
Yes, they're
people.
using principles of it, but there is nothing on the sides that will help hold or channel that flow inside. And so it's basically an insult. And it goes to his point about, oh, somebody said he tried what the oil is doing and it's not working. It's things like this. This is basically what they're doing. Oh, enable Lloyd's mic.
Okay. The energy harvesters that I'm talking about has to do with diodes and capacitors, and they run just like the crystal radio. That's an energy harvester. And someone took a crystal radio and attached LED lights and found out that you can actually get electricity. And but they had been producing energy harvesters for over 100 years. So that's not an energy harvester. So you have people who spread propaganda and they make stuff like that. And the first thing I'll tell people like Chris, I says, where you going to attach it to? Where's the positive and negative output of this thing? So when they just take that simple little idea, I was like, look, even if you could draw energy out of that thing, what are you going to put it in? Are you going to put that into your remote control? What pyramid shaped battery or any facilitates that apparatus? So what is it powering? So the whole point is that when you look at the energy harvesters that I'm talking about, it has a positive and negative. You attach a wire and then you can hook it to stuff and you actually get voltage from it. And it all it does is pull radio waves out of this thing and they rectify it and then you can get actual voltage out of it. And so we teach people this, and this is when you can get enough voltage, okay, enough voltage, then you can actually step that down and get usable electricity. Because everything comes with amps and everything comes with voltage. Okay. Now we know that what do they call it? The Zambini pile is a electrostatic battery. It has plenty of high voltage, but it has very little amps. But if you keep putting those cells together and make a big enough one, which is going to be huge, the amps is going to go up as well as the voltage is going to go up. So if you take those devices and step it down, then you're got something that's usable. Okay. So that's what we're trying to teach people. And it was like, wait a minute, you can do it artificially. That means taking MOSFETs and other things like that to make your current. That means basically squeezing the voltage together at such high frequency it acts like current. So if you start doing this, then you can take less of those devices and make them usable, and then they become like batteries. But they don't want you knowing stuff like that. So they try to put all this misinformation out there, and all of a sudden that's why you have all these trolls. Oh, these things don't do this. You can't do that, and they've been doing it for years. Years, isn't it? This isn't. again, I'll say it again if people didn't hear me. I didn't develop any of these stuff. I just learn it out of a book and then put it together. So if you're talking about induction heaters, the induction heaters use MOSFETs. You're talking about inverters. I didn't invent a inverter. So how do you get from a battery, a 12-volt battery with 100 amps, only puts out 1,000 something watts of power? How do you get to 2,000? Where does the extra 1,000 watts come from? If you didn't know this, it comes from those MOSFETs in there switching back and forth at high frequency. Okay. Then you have step ups and step downs in there. So when you look at the component, you teach people, even if I'm just a librarian and I don't know much about electricity as much as some people claim they do. We know the basics tell you that if you take the MOSFETs out of them inverters, they don't work. You don't get no step up, period. So that's why I say when people start low and start doing the little tricks that I did on my YouTube channels and stuff, and then start building up in there, they learn electricity. They learn all the little components that they're supposed to do, like diodes and stuff like that. And then the people who are trolling my channel, and I want to be Pacific, because Webb made a good point about they may have a different opinion of you. The difference of saying a different opinion and a troll is someone telling me, "Are you on medication?" That's the difference between a troll and somebody who's asking a legitimate question. So if you're on my channel and you talk about, "Lloyd, are you on medication?" then you're a troll. That's not an opinion. You don't know me. You're not asking the question. You're just trying to bully me and trying to convince people not to try these things. So that's when I call a person a troll. But yeah, these things been around for hundreds of years. Nikolai Tesla has been trying to explain it. Look what they did to Nikolai Tesla. Look what they said about him. His stuff doesn't work. They explain it wrong on purpose. Nikola Tesla was not going to try to transfer energy from tower to tower. But this is what they tell you. Okay? Remember how I proved this, and I wrote a paper about it, and it's been published at Oxford University for my peer review, is that Nikola Tesla was building a radio tower. That's what J.P. Morgan, the banker, gave him money for, to transmit radio waves. But he wanted to give free energy to the world. So what he was saying is I'm going to take the atmospheric um, voltage from the sky and the ground, which is a big capacitor. So now you got potential energy. If each one of his towers has potential energy, why is he transferring anything to the next tower? He's not. He's just transferring the signal, which transfer the thing back and forth, which means that now you have amps times voltage that gave out an energy signal for people can use. He was not going to just transfer amps over the air because you can't do that. Okay? But this is how they use propagandas to keep all of us stupid and dumbed down. So I wrote a paper about it. And like I say, when people start to see that they or understand the little stuff that I'm talking about and do little experiments, they're gonna go, "Oh man, he was right." And then all of a sudden they start doing bigger and better, and then they'll start seeing that this is 100% true. That Nikolai Tesla put look at his patents where he puts a plate in the sky. He's collecting potential voltage. Then you see a coil. That coil, he's triggering it back and forth, which is the abrupt, what they call a break and make switch. Those break and make switch makes transient energy spikes. Those spikes is called current. And the closer you can get those spikes to spike, the more current you're going to get out of that system. Okay? Bedini, he uses a low form of those spikes to charge a battery. He's using the back EMF spikes to charge his battery because those spikes are higher. So that's how he's running his systems. But it's at very low frequency. That means it's just a spike every 10 seconds or so. And I'm just using that as a reference. It's probably a little bit faster than that, but the whole point is they're slow compared to the high frequencies that we're talking about. When we're talking about very high frequencies. But here's the different thing between Maxwell's, his frequency is at supersonic, which will blow up any transistors or MOSFETs, whatever name you want to put on there. It's too high. So the whole point is he had to use another device to take those frequencies and home them in and just get the energy he needed off of them and filter it down to something that's reasonable, because anything moving at sonic speeds is just too high intense energy for any of the components that he was trying to use.
Yeah,
So
on the old shortwave antenna towers, they had this grounding ball at the base, and there's great videos you can find because the higher up you go from the ground, depending where you are, anywhere in the continental U.S., there's increase in voltage that as you go up vertically wherever you are, and people would go around and be like joking, "Hey, let's I dare you to touch the grounding balls," and any lineman that sees the video is like, "Oh, these idiots! I hope they called the EMTs or the ambulance before they got there because they're gonna be cooked." They're like, "Oh, it's not too bad," and then zap, the person and the person next to them are gone. It's no joke. I mean, the power is there. So yeah, Tesla was never going to send amperage through the air. It's there. They're just disrupting it so that you can, just as you do with a generator, an induction generator, you're disrupting fields to try and tap into it. And the MOSFETs are playing that role, but doing it at a rate to match what you're trying to get on the output that has been cleaned out. So yeah, I'm with you. I enjoy watching people complain that, oh, I'm trying this and it's not working. I'm like, take your time. I see people saying, oh, I want a device that can power my house. Take your time, try it out, put in the safety steps, and then go ahead and try out the bigger systems because it will work. You just need to have that persistent patience in building your own stuff because freedom doesn't come from taking out a bunch of wad of money and giving it to someone to get something, because when it breaks, what are you going to do? Go look for that person to try and fix it for you? No, those people will be gone. They're gonna like give you what they want and then go. You have to pay for them to stay, and it's gonna be very expensive. And that's what's happening with the power companies. You don't pay for the power, you pay for the service of delivery, and that's your subscription. You don't pay for water, you're paying for the service delivery. It's a whole system. The pipes, the digging, the utility work. That's what people are paying for, and they're addicted to it. They're addicted to giving somebody money to come and do everything for them. And that's what needs to change. So, anyway, let me stop ranting and I have to run a bit. So, hey, Lloyd, thank you so much for what you're doing. And, I have really enjoyed this. I started off like seeing people making fun of you, and I just kept listening. I'm glad I did because what you're doing and saying makes total sense to me.
Yeah, and Anuki, before you go, but I think you're still around. Somebody, there's a guy from Malawi. His name is David. He told me that he knows a group of people from Uganda who are working on. Is it a generator or what, or some sort of a machine that can be able to generate energy at a very low cost? I don't know if you know anything about that, or And also, the last comment I got on my side was like 25 minutes ago. So I want to refresh. I think there's a problem. I want to refresh on my side. I hope it won't affect you guys. So you can just continue talking.
Yeah, when I was in East Africa, I was in Uganda, and I was in Tanzania, and I was in South Africa. I had lived in Botswana as well. Um, as kids, we used to play with a lot of these radio systems, the short wave, medium wave. They're gone now. To your point about crystals, yes, we saw some crazy shit happen with these radio crystals, and nothing was connected to them. The only thing is we had a wire for the antenna. We had wired it up onto the top of a hill. It turns out this hill was very rich in quartz. So we were getting some kind of feedback from the environment that we were in. And being in the Kalahari Desert, you get strong ionization as an effect of the sun baking the ground. So there's stuff going on there. I was quite young, so I never really got a chance to, you know, be as learned or as slightly wiser as I am now about some of these things and how they work or don't work to understand what was happening. But at some point, the battery was disconnected and we were getting shocks and sparks were flying out. These weren't like small sparks, they were fairly big sparks. And there are people who have been very interested in this and are still working on it. I was less than 15 years ago, I was in East Africa, and we were experimenting with that, as I mentioned earlier, using ceramic capacitors and diodes in monocrystalline solar panels. Those were what were available. So we experimented with that, and they worked, building little electrolyzers to put into people's cars and, changing the balance of the gas being fed through the carburetor into the engine. What would typically happen is if you don't seal all the pipes feeding the engine properly, you get a very rich soot. It's a very rich carbon soot that fills and can block your exhaust pipe. So what people would do is they'll literally cut off the exhaust, the catalytic converter, because the catalytic converter would get completely filled up. Not ideal. And then you basically, if you've ever blocked up an exhaust pipe, car stops running. And you're like, oh, this thing is the problem. Like, no, the problem is you have an imbalance in your chemical reactions that are happening in the combustion chamber. So yes, you're releasing high pressure steam or water vapor, but the soot is getting left behind, and the catalytic converter is actually holding on to it and getting filled by this this soot that just collects throughout the pipe. And over time, it's like, getting what they call plaque in the blood vessels. It builds up, and eventually it can block the pipe, and then it no longer works. So yeah, East Africa, this stuff is growing, and there's a lot of people in South Africa, Cape Town, Pretoria, experimenting with these things, and they're getting the results. And a lot of them will use LPG or compressed gas, or we call it, compressed natural gas here. They're using that for their vehicles. They use it in a lot of countries. And those systems, again, they need to be under pressure. So it's harder to do that with, but they're finding ways to get creative and injecting that hydrogen in.
Let me answer a few questions. Everything you say is right on. I don't even have to even answer because everything you're saying is 100%. But I do want to say some of the comments. I use AI, Chat GPT, for my editor, okay? Because that way you can get these books uh, cheaper. Now, what happened is that these guys want me to go and get an editor, which means that I have to charge or pass on that charge to you guys so you get charged higher amounts of money. So when you guys listen to these people, okay, then they are the ones that's tricking you into believing or wasting your money. That means that they're getting you to figure out how to buy something at a higher price because they say, oh, I went and did it this way. And trust me, anybody who goes on to Google and Google my name, you'll find all of my papers that's at actual universities. Okay. So you'll find me. I've been up there for many years. And all of a sudden, you'll see that these guys, they just say what they want to say. Okay. So I've been around for many, many years. And I know when a guy is trying to put out a bunch of BS. Okay. These guys are keeping you guys from simple technology, which you can look up yourself. They're just there to disrupt stuff, keep you from doing stuff that's just normal and known technology. So that's why we tell you to do the smaller projects, and the stuff you heard. When you get to that level, you'll be able to do all that stuff too. Okay. So again, it being illegal for me to sell a book using ChatGPT for editor is not illegal. Again, they're going to say and do anything they can to keep you from this technology. And we're not talking about something astronomical or just totally outrageous. When I told you about a flying car, I told you right away that this is a blimp. That means that it's normal technology that's already been done 100 years ago. Okay. So again, they don't want that technology upgraded. And we're not in 1836. Okay? We're in the 20th century. We have new materials, we have new fuels, we have new everything. If you read the book and start to see, we just upgraded an old technology. Okay? So these are the things they want to keep you from. Then they don't sound so smart anymore, do they? They don't sound like, oh, they know what they're talking about. They just sound ridiculous. And that's what a troll does. A troll is someone who will say something to see if they can get you to believe something that's opposite from it. So again, in my book, I tell you that this is a dirigible. It is designed from a blimp, and we use it as lift in that flying car, even though it's in the shape of a flying car. So that's what I wanted to say. Chris, are you there?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you made it fell asleep.
Love, Lovell Royal, what are you talking about? You're saying that magnifying plus infrared light. What about the thermoelectric generator? You're asking out somebody in the chat or what? For this supersonic and scam channel talking about something. I did saying that about simple electronics get off YouTube and stop using ChatGPT as a crutch. I think it doesn't want you to use ChatGPT. Alexi saying that I believe Mr. Lloyd, I believe
Yeah, I know they don't want me to use the chat. It's a tool. It's a tool, and trust me, I've caught the tool trying to tell me wrong many times. But I'm not using the tool to give me answers. I'm using the tool to edit my books. So it's done a very good thing. When I edit my book, when you go on to Amazon and put it in there, it has its own AI that tells you if it has mistakes. So it'll tell you there's one possible mistake in your spelling, or it'll say you have no detectable thing. That's AI. So when Amazon themselves start using AI, I'll stop using AI. Okay? Everybody is going to use AI because it's a tool to use. So all these people who get mad and say stop using it and stuff like that, it's never going to happen.
I
You know,
absolutely agree. AI
the
is essentially like the source of the spell check you have in your word processors or Google process, like any web browser you use that does like correction on spelling. An AI is basically a script that has been programmed by a person to follow a set of rules for language, and it's essentially trying to improve on it. I mean, if they're gonna complain about like, oh, you're not really doing the job of like delivering energy or whatever it is through the air, your cell towers, we don't need them. And there's very simple tools you can get that will do it for you. I was gonna find one of them somewhere in my on my desk, and you don't need a cell tower to do that work. We have ham radios, right? A ham radio is a point-to-point communication tool. The towers are relays, and Tesla was basically hitting the atmosphere and making it easier for the equipment we had at the time. In his time, in the late 1800s, we didn't have these high quality, well designed, and pure materials we have now for ultralytic capacitors, ceramic capacitors, whatnots. And all these things have made things easier. We used to have entire warships designed to have these kinds of things in them to communicate long distances. All right. Now you can get much smaller devices that do the same thing. This is not rocket science, it's modern engineering. And we're doing the same things in a smaller scale, simpler, much simpler. You can go right on Amazon and get these things. You can get devices that will do multiple things, including triangulation and well, you call it uh, client shaping. So you can direct the way the Wi-Fi goes. You know, I'm sure the reason I've been able to stay online long enough is because I'm using VPNs to hop around and continue getting the traffic to get through. And so long as you get to understand how the technology works, you can do a lot of things yourself. There's so many tools online for you all to go in and learn how to do it for yourself. You want someone to hand it to you and be there to hold your hand all the way. You have the ability to do it yourself if you really want to, and if you care about actual sovereignty. I talk to people all over the US, continental US, who are all about, freedom and going off grid and all of that. And I've been teaching them how to do their own communications. And now there are tools you can buy and do it yourself. And they're doing it. You don't see them on YouTube very often, but the people who are, they're very brave, and I encourage them because we're not all in the same situation. Then, to someone's earlier point as to why I don't put my face on, I still have a lot of work to do. And when I leave the US, I'll be doing it. You will see my face. Until then, I like my peace of mind because I talk to white people, I talk to black people, I talk to brown people, I talk to yellow people, if those even exist. People are people to me. And if someone wants to listen and learn, I will tell them what they need to know. I've had the most interesting conversation with people who identify themselves as racists, and we will just talk. And several hours later, our spouses are calling us to go home, and we're like, "No, we're talking." Like, who are you talking to? Oh, there's just this dude that I met. Because where there is curiosity, there's space to grow. And if you want to be free, you have to grow because you can't rely on other people to do everything for you. You have to be prepared to take these little things, test it out yourself, modify them, fail, fail, develop. You're not going to grow by buying something that works. A Tesla vehicle, that software, at some point it's going to fail. At some point, the CPU, the computer processor, is going to fail you. And that company is going to be gone. Sooner than later, that company is going to be gone. And what are you going to do? Cry? I'm going to be smiling at your face the whole time because you had an opportunity to learn how to do these things for yourself and you chose to mock somebody else. I can't, like, it gets to a point you reach what I call peak empathy because a lot of people just want someone to hold their hand, and life life is not going to be there for you. It's going to move on. You are at a point in space and time that will never happen again, and you're going to waste that opportunity. Go ahead, waste it. Waste the opportunities you've been given in life and complain that other people have things you don't have. Guess what? They're going to move on. Anyway, Lloyd, good night. Thanks again for your time. I'm sure it's pretty late where you are. Well, actually, you must be like 14 hours ahead of us. So have a great day. And again, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, I thank you for your time, and you're 100% right. Everything you say, and so keep up the good work, and we're going to keep putting this stuff out there and telling people basic stuff that they should have known for 100 years now. So yeah, it, we're always going to have critics out there that think they can do it better. So let them do their job, we do our job, and guess what? It's already thousands of us that not only purchased my book, but they're doing this. So everybody just keep doing what you're doing. And Chris, there was a couple people on here that's asking for the names of the books. Make sure that you direct them to the where to get that from. There was a few comments on there that was asking for it.
Okay. I think I'd put in the description, or you can just, there's a WhatsApp group that you can join in if you would like to have direct communication with Lloyd. Because as you guys see right now, like I disappeared for a while before we did the live, and but I'll try to do maybe every Friday or Wednesdays and Fridays. I can try to get different people we do. Most probably on Fridays. But now, if you want to have direct communication with Lloyd, there was a link I'd shared on somewhere, or let me try to get it again. Then you can join the WhatsApp group and you can talk with him. In case you are trying to find out more about the book, I'd put some links. Lloyd had sent to me the links for the books earlier on, and I put them in the description. The description of this live stream, you can be able to see, then maybe you decide on your own which one you want to buy. I'd tried to ask him earlier on if there's an order that a person has to read those books, or is you just go with any. He said you go with any. So let me repost the link again. And I also see, I think some people are texting in the group. I think they're not here. That's our WhatsApp. It's a link to our WhatsApp group that in case you want to have direct communication with Lloyd in future. And because I usually have a lot of people reach out to me and say, uh, keep on asking like, how can I get in contact with Lloyd? They those who ask about Gerald. Gerald, I only have his email, and I have to ask him first if he's willing to share his email with you with anybody else. Then again, there's the professor. I mean the Dr. Eli. For Dr. Eli doesn't like sharing his information with other people. So I know I have a lot of people reach out and ask for the contacts. That's the issue. You're saying that I include you to just click on the link and it will direct you to our WhatsApp group. Yeah, thousands of book sales. Alex is asking, but there how many books have you sold so far? Like in terms of numbers, you must have a number either 10, 20, 50. That's a question to you, Lloyd.
Very close to 100,000 now.
Close to 100.
Yes.
Are you sure?
I
Are
got
you sure? Are you joking? I feel like you're joking. You're saying that close to 100,000 books, copies. I admitted you before I admit you. Like, I want to make sure that we're understanding each other. You're saying close to 100,000. I feel like you're not saying
close
the
to
truth on that.
100,000. I would say by the end at the end of this month, we
Yeah.
should be surpassed. Depends on if people keep buying. But yes, I'm very close to 100,000 books sold.
Are you for real? Are you for real? Are you for real?
Yes, and we're not talking about just the one book. We're talking about all 8 books
I see.
in combination. So when you start seeing, oh, it's 1,000 here, there's 2,000 here. Matter of fact, my first book is not doing as well as the handbook. The handbook is selling more than the other books. Matter of fact, it's selling more than the 99 cent book.
But those are so many like if it's close to 100,000, then I did saying that it would be nice if some people can come on and comment about the same. Yeah, I think it would be nice next time if we can get somebody who has bought the book and who can be able to do a review with you, like they bought the book, they tell you they have been able to build this and this. I think it will be amazing. Somebody who is not afraid on being on the camera, not really on the camera, even just sharing their audio. And before you answer him, there's this question from Alexi. He's talking about the price of the book, whether it is 20. That question is confusing. $20,000 rupees. Pick one. Pick either rupee or the dollars. Yeah. But I think, yeah, this one you can try to answer it. And Scamchan is talking about whether it is sales or downloads. Like, is it 100,000 downloads? But isn't that the same? Once you buy, you download the book. Let me unmute you now.
It's a download, and I don't do the exchange rate. Amazon does that. I am with KDP, so I get paid per page read. So that goes into the number of books sold. So I don't have to actually sell the book. All I have to do is get someone to read a page because I get paid for the pages read. That's because those are ebooks, downloadable books. And because I have it on Kindle Ultimate, KDP, and Amazon, I get paid for all those programs that they have. So they have something called um, I forget the name that Ultimate something that's audio books. So they've already transferred my books into audio. So that means that you can listen to my books instead of actually reading the books. So when people do that, I get paid. If people go onto the site and just read the pages right off the site, I get paid for that. So then if you buy the book from Amazon, I get paid for that. All those are sales for me. So yes, I'm doing quite well when it comes to the books. And someone asked, is it one book? No, it's not one book. It's the combination of all 8 books that I'm close to that number, 100,000. Do you see that, Chris? He said, I'm ready and want to purchase. Which one should I think? Just get any book, start with one that's up to your pocketbook. And then even if you got my book on how I think, then you'll start to understand that everything that I do or trying to say in that book is that we're using numbers to defeat what people say is impossible. So let me go back and explain this. What I learned in my solar program, instead of using the bigger solars, okay, and trying to stretch the LED lights out and be at a loss because the 16 feet doesn't go across those big, gigantic 200-watt solar panels or even a 100-watt solar panel, okay? It doesn't go across it. So what I do is I go with the smaller ones. And as I went smaller and smaller, the ones you get out of the Dollar Tree and those garden lights, what we found out, those things put out only 2 watts. So here's the thing for everybody to do, and this is mathematical. Take 16 feet and take a inch of a solar cell and measure the inch and line it up going all the way down to 16 feet. And then count it by twos because that's what it gives you, 2 volts. It's going to give you more than 2 volts. It's going to get closer to 3, but we rounded it off to 2. So if your LED lights plug into a 5-watt charger, phone charger, and you take each one of those solar panels, line them up down the row, just one side, so the LED shines on there, and they give you 2 volts apiece, how many volts do you have out? Then when you get that number, say it has another side. It has a right side and a left side. So when you put the solar on the other side, calculate how much that is. Now, the reason why we were writing the book, The Paradox, because one of my investors bought the technology, is because the paradox is two scientists are conflicting with each other. The one scientist says you can't have more out than you put in. That breaks the law of confirmation. Then the other law says that surface area is going to give you the more power. So we use surface area to defeat that law of confirmation. So now do the test. Do it mathematically, 2 volts. If you just test that little one cell and says, oh yeah, I'm getting 2 volts from the LED light, or go on to my YouTube channel, look at the YouTube channel where I'm using the LED light and measuring what you're getting out of it. Then take that one cell and times it times the 16 feet. That means you have to measure the cell and then say, if I put this down to 16 feet, what power is getting added up at the end of it? Are you at a loss or are you at a gain? If you do that, then all of a sudden, all this starts to make sense, even with the book that's 99 cents, How I Think, okay? Because I use numbers to say something that was perpetual motion and figured it out in a puzzle. That's how my brain works, and figured out how to make it real and make it work for hundreds of years. Okay. Now it won't be perpetual motion because that means it runs forever, and not even our sun runs forever. So the whole point is that it's going to run your lifetime. Okay. So when we start putting things in reality, start putting things in perspective on how to defeat these systems and improve these systems, then all of a sudden, all these things that people were saying just sound ridiculous. It's just natural. Do the math yourself, calculate it yourself. These are simple things to do. And then all of a sudden, you only got 2 answers today. You're wrong or you're right. There's simple answers. And those tests you can do without even spending money. So there it is.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can hear me. Although there's a lot of rain on my side. Somebody was asking like, how much have you made so far from the books? Because you're saying 100,000 copies. I think that was a question from Alexi. He was asking if you've made 200,000 USD. Let me unmute you. Let me unmute you. Sorry.
Okay. The answer is that is right now I've made zero. And I'll tell you why. They pay you each month. It hasn't even been 1 month yet. I started in this month, and at the end of the month, next month, I will get a check, or they deposit it straight in your account.
Then we have. Let me mute you first. We have ID. ID is asking if you listed Chat GPT as an author for your books, or you listed Lloyd as the author for the book.
Am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I say both. I put me down as the main author because I'm dictating my book into Chat GPT, but I list AI as a co-author. So yes, I use both names.
Thing about reviews.
I don't know. I don't know about the reviews. I'm still learning how to use the system. Remember, it hasn't even been a month yet. It hasn't been 30 days, and I'm just learning how to use Amazon. So that's why I'm so surprised that I've got the numbers that I've gotten. So people are reading my books and they start duplicating this, and that's when it really started jumping with the numbers because people were testing this and came coming back and saying I'm right. Okay, so that was the whole point about all this. So they're reading the comments that these people were putting on my YouTube video, then they would go and try it, and they come back and they're arguing with this guy that I just tried it and it's right. So that's when I was telling you, Chris, about that, you end up making the channel for people to share all that stuff. How many people are on that channel?
Sorry,
Can
sorry,
you
sorry.
answer? Can you answer
You're,
that?
you're talking about the group on WhatsApp group. WhatsApp group is still growing. If you feel like you want to join in, you can join in. I don't know how many, but I think we have about 30 or so or more people. We had not really shared the link to many people, but the WhatsApp group is for those ones who want to have direct contact with Lloyd. You don't have uh, to, to maybe keep on emailing me or talking to me like, how can I talk to Lloyd, or I want to talk to Lloyd. So we created a WhatsApp group that you can do that directly and have communication with him. I shared a link sometime back. I'm sure you can see it. If you want me to reshare the link, I can do it. Then there's this comment that I wanted to read so that you see it, Lloyd. He's saying that if you put the book covers in Google search engine, and you will see that the pictures are stolen from an artist. I don't know how to read that from your side. I've not done that, but he's saying that, I mean, your book covers Their pictures stolen from other artists. Let me unmute you.
I don't understand the question. He's saying that the covers of Google search engine pictures are stolen from an artist. I'm sorry, my friend, but those pictures were made from Chat GPT. So every one of those covers that you've seen on there, Chat GPT AI created those images. And since the cover is the only image that was made, okay, you actually tell it what you want it to look like, and it actually draws those pictures.
Then there's this comment from Alex. He's saying that you should get $2 million. But then if you have sold 100 copies, 100,000 copies, that's a lot of money. I'm doubting if it gets to 100,000. Those are a lot of copies, and you like when you put those books up. It was this month. I think on 8th or somewhere. I think 2 weeks ago. So by now, like getting those many book sales, I don't know.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah,
If you heard what I said, the way they calculate it is that a sale is not just in the books itself or the
per page.
downloads, it's also the pages that people read. So, Chris, if you went to the site of Amazon and it says, "Do you want to see a snippet or what they call um, I can't say the word; it won't come out of my brain right now. But they give you a test review, and they let you read a small portion of that book. If you go on that and say, "Yeah, I want to read a portion of that book," I get paid as though I sold the book.
I
Do
see.
you understand that? Okay. So,
Yeah, I
so
understand. So does it mean now I have somebody who had sent me a message. He was saying that he was trying to download. Does it mean now it's possible for someone to? There's somebody called Raphael. Raphael is from Poland. He's saying that I bought a book, and since yesterday I've been trying somehow to download it on my phone to translate it into Polish, but so far I have not been able to do it. Does anyone know how to download the PDF to your phone? Maybe you can send to him. So does it mean now no one can be able to download the book? Like you can't
tell
have
him
the
to
book on your
contact
phone?
me at WhatsApp, and I'll help him out.
Okay. Then this question from Eric, it was asking. Let me mute it. It was asking for a working device from that you can be able to show it in a live stream. That's what Gerald was supposed to do, but we never got him again. He's asking if you can be able to show a working a working model in a live stream. I feel like you can make more sales if you come up with a working model based on your book. Like you say, this is my book. Let me go from page to page. So page one, we want to do this. Page two, we want to do this. And you assemble. By the time you get to the last page, you show people how it works. I'm pretty sure it will go crazy in case you are able to do something like that. And even ID saying that you pay for a working device. Then PNG saying that people are distracting others from the real purchase. Yeah, and that's to purchase those books. If you want to purchase the books, you can see the description. Then you decide which one you want. The links were shared to me some time back, and I put them in the description. But let me unmute you to answer before maybe I read other comments.
Um, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so um, yeah, the I'm sorry, I was reading it again. What this guy was saying. I think you can help him out with that, Chris. But the last question that he asked, what was it again? You still
We'll
with
have
me,
to,
Chris?
I'll have to mute you first. If you can be able to share like a link of, I mean, if you can be able to demonstrate live of something that is working, then a demonstration of a model that is working, then I added on and said that if you follow your book page by page, then you show people that at this page you're going to assemble component A, B, C, D. By this page, you're going to assemble component this and this. Then by the time you get to the last page, you have something that works. Say that you can be able to make more sales of your book. Because now somebody will know that when I buy this, I'm 100% sure it works.
Okay, follow my YouTube channel. Okay, just because all of a sudden all this stuff that we've been talking about is at my YouTube channel, and I break them down. So most people don't understand everything that I do in a one single YouTube channel. You have to pick something small and break it down and only that component. But then you have to put all those components back together. So when you say people go crazy, yeah, people did go crazy. Look at the numbers at my YouTube channel. If you look at 6,000 people on my YouTube channel and then say 6,000 times the each book that I got, which is 8, that should give you the number of book sales that I'm probably going to have if every one of the people, not everyone, but a lot of those people ordered my books. So that's why I said, Web, give them my YouTube video or channel, the link to the channel, and then they can go see for themselves that not only am I doing those experiments, but then you can give the WhatsApp because I do those experiments on there too. So everything that you're saying has already been done.
That Let me mute you first. That is to mean like the books, they're just following some videos that you've already done on your channel. So,
Yeah, that's true. 100%. That's when we do the battery hack and the looping and what's name, all that's on the YouTube channel. And I started giving that to people because people, you're right, was distrusting. So I was like, well, look at this on my YouTube channel. And once they look at that, they go, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, they are following. But the whole point is that if you need more video, go to the YouTube channel, then come to my one of my channels or email me, which all this is available, and say, can you do this experiment? Now, some of the experiments I can't do here in this country because I haven't been able to find sources things. So right now we're looking for a battery. Now we know that they have batteries. It's just finding the store that carries the batteries because this area that I'm in is more like living in the country or something. So it's like really low key. You can leave your door open. You don't have to really worry about anything, all that kind of stuff. It's like I say, it's not like the bustling cities. So it's very peaceful and is a lot of trees and that kind of stuff around here. So people have shops. not stores. There is no real big chain stores here. I think the only big chain store that we have is 7-Eleven. That's the only big chain store that we have. But there is no other big chains. There's no McDonald's. There's no Burger King. There's no Best Buy. None of that stuff is here in this country. So it's really laid back, but it makes it hard to buy stuff. I have to go over to Thailand to get some of my main components. Now I brought a lot of components with me, but I couldn't bring a battery onto the plane, and I'm talking about a 12-volt 100 amp battery. They just wasn't letting me putting that in my bag and carrying it with me. So the best I could do was phone charger, and then they took my biggest phone charger and said it was too big. So they wouldn't even, after a certain size, they wouldn't even let that onto the plane. So again, I have done demonstrations without the battery, but it's on WhatsApp. So all you have to do is just get the information, and I'll answer all those questions, show you the demonstrations, and if you don't, that doesn't, please go onto the YouTube channels and watch those. And yeah, I can ship it in, but remember, Trump took my Social Security, so now I got to get the money. So we're waiting to next month to see exactly what my check is going to be. I hear what you guys were saying what my check is going to be, but I'll tell you what my check is going to be, because I'm pretty sure they're going to take out Social Security and all kind of other taxes, and so I'll let you know what my check was.
You mean the check from from Amazon? But I know the US it taxes everybody. Even for us, we get taxed for YouTube. When you have like anytime you have a person from US watching your content, there's some tax that comes with it. Anyways, you what about just shipping from China? Like, isn't Laos closer to China, and China makes a lot of those components?
I'm on a program called Chili, where they pay you to watch commercials. And I was like, hey, I don't have nothing else to do, so I'm flipping through the channel. And then I'm thinking, because the number is really, really high there, I'm like, oh man, I'm going to make all this money just from watching this stuff. They take 90% of the money. 90%. Okay, so they do stuff like this stuff. Okay, so they was like, okay, well, we got to get paid first, so we're going to give you all this money, but we're going to take 90% and give you this percentage. So I'm expecting things like that. So I'm thinking, oh, I got this big. I'll let you know what they gave me, because I already know for a fact that something weird is going to happen that I'm not expecting. Yes, I need batteries. Yes, it's a big difference. That means we can upgrade every technology that was back in 1969, or way back there, 1869. Yes, we can upgrade all that with the stuff we have now. If you read my book, is that someone
So
coming in?
now it's coming from your side. Let me. Oh shit! Trump took your social security, then you're unemployed. That's why you are grifting. He's talking about like where you're grifting. That's Alexi. Cheap kit. Yeah, but then you can get a cheap kit from China. I'm pretty sure. I want to play. Let me see if I can be able to play some video from a guy who shared to with me on WhatsApp. He said he was talking about like your system, the system you are talking about, where you use solar panels. For him, he's saying that you don't need to use the solar panels or the LED. You can just run from one battery and it recharges other batteries. And he had a system where one battery was charging like is it I think four batteries. Let me try to play it. You can talk. I'll meet you once I manage to play it, but you can come in here.
What video? You know, every video that they put on that WhatsApp channel, I watch. So yeah, but remember what I told him. He has to get an outsource source to come into his batteries, but he believes that he can cycle the batteries from one price. But I like what he did because what he's proving that my system does work. Okay, but I would say that you're going to need an outside source, whether it's small or big. You got to put something into that battery. Go ahead, play the video.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, friends. Incredible. Alright, so today's gonna be charging back the source battery. Now this battery, when I started it, was at 1288. I was able to charge using these capacitor dumps. Charge 4 batteries, so now I've hooked up another 4 batteries. And after I was done charging, that's where the battery's sitting. So what I got going on here is the positive and negative come out and go into this is an energy harvester. And then it's in parallel with this energy harvester, which got 2 capacitor dumps going off of it into these 4 batteries. And then it comes out of the energy harvester into the oscillator to the Tesla pancake coil to 3 multipliers into 3 more capacitor dumps, and that goes into the source battery. And it seems to work really well because I was already able to charge 4 of them, and the source battery is at 1276. Now I don't think it's going to last forever, but it definitely maintains the battery while it's charging these 4. So that's where those guys are sitting now. And let's turn this thing on, and you can see what I mean about it's definitely the source battery is gonna drop down. You can see that every time those green lights more about this video that I'm not gonna explain. More about this video. All you have to do is go back to my very first video, and you'll know about this. I was charging actually 7 batteries with this system, but I changed it up a little bit. Figured the other 3 batteries I could put back in the source battery. And if you watch to see it, we'll jump. That's the source battery. This is where it's about settled down to. And now you'll see it. It'll actually jump back up a little bit. There you go. So pretty cool. Now you have to do just a quick video because I'm going on to the next project. Kevin from K Energy makes me all these circuits, and me and him are working on something right now, which is the reason why I have to do this quick video, get all this stuff off my bench, so I can have some room to get back to the next project. You'll see that jump up when it gets hit. See it jump up. 4.9 it said there for a second there, or 6. Pretty cool. All right, guys. Have a good night.
And I think this guy has his own channel. I don't know. I tried to get in contact with him and see if he can be able to share like his channel, maybe more about what he's showing here. But he was simply showing that you can be able to charge like other batteries from one from a single battery, which is the same thing which Gerald was talking about. Then Gerald said that he was going to showcase it live and all that. I think I did around that day, and but he disappeared. He never came around to show us again. And also, there's a guy from Rwanda. His name is Andrew Thuku. He also showed me a video, but his video doesn't have audio. He sent to me on my WhatsApp inbox. He was showing it that on his side again is using a single battery to recharge a number of batteries and running some systems in the house. I tried to ask him more. The only problem now with these people is if you try to say them, why can't you come live and showcase the people how you do your thing? All right, it's done. They don't want to do it. But this guy, I think he has a channel. I tried to get in contact with him and see. Maybe we can plan one day and do it with him if he will be okay and not say that he's afraid of security or any other thing. But yeah,
Yeah, I just said right. Yeah. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna like I said, long as I'm around, I'm going to be around to answer questions, explain stuff, and write new books. Someone's asking, can you someone explain? What should we explain? What is the question?
he was asking. He was asking if one can explain what is happening in the video. For T Supersonic saying that yes, you can do that by looping your system efficiently. So for T Supersonic, you believe it works, Alex? No, it's not rude. Like I said, Ari, every person has their different opinion, and it doesn't make somebody like at all or anything. But Alex, I think saying that you ask ChatGPT to get your job. I think Alexo is not okay with you trying to sell the books to people. It feels like you're grifting people. And ID saying that can Lloyd ask ChatGPT what is happening? You mean in the video? I think to make it easy, we try to get the person who sent this video. I can try to get him next time to see if he'll be willing to come on and talk more about it.
Yeah, he has the energy harvesters for bringing in other energy from elsewhere, and he already said that the battery will run down. So he's telling you everything in there. So again, if you take the one battery and he's charging 4 batteries, but you're doing that at switching at high speeds between all those batteries, then what it's doing is it's allowing you not only to save the energy in those capacitors and use the transit energy spikes or in what they call induction spikes, But those spikes go into those 4 batteries, and yeah, you can take a little energy and then charge the 4 batteries up to full capacity. So I mean, it's nothing that they haven't done already. It's now it's a lot of people who haven't understood stuff like that. That's because they don't want you to understand it. They want you to buy the system. So it's a lot of things that they do, like in a radio. You have tons of capacitors in a radio. Why do you need so many? Because all those capacitors fire when the current goes out, because we use alternating current. That means it turns off. So the capacitors fill up when the energy is on, and when it goes back out the other way, it fires, and then they repeat that. But not every capacitor fires exactly at the same time. So they have a rhythm. And when you start learning about stuff like that and really understanding how they work, then all of a sudden you start becoming aware of what you can do and what you can't do. So that's another reason why I don't listen to a lot of trolls, because half the things that they talk on there, they're they don't know what they talk about. And I did videos on that, because you had a guy on there talking about a transistor is nothing but a resistor. And I said, okay, let them believe that. You know, you're right. Everybody got their own opinion, but if it's wrong, it's just wrong. You guys just got to look it up. That's what we got Google for. Google is a search engine. Remember, Google is also an AI. Okay. So you have all these tools to find out information. It's whether you're going to use them or not. Now, if you say you're never going to use this, then guess what? The people who use it, like scientists who discovered a new element, you know, or they made a new element out of other old existing elements using AI, and they wrote a paper about it. We're going to be developing a lot of new stuff this way. So not only me, but everyone that's in the future of AI. And see, and Chris, you see what I mean? This is what I mean by it doesn't turn off. See, they try to take how you express something and turn it literally into a thing. If energy goes out the other way, whether the person who's receiving energy, it means it's off. It's a 1 and a 0, on and off, alternating current. So you can use these terms and try to make someone look silly, but you're making yourself look silly. Are you the person who made that comment that that a transistor is nothing but a glorified resistor? Did you make that comment? Was that you? Yes, this is 100%. The tools are there. And once you start doing the little stuff that I'm talking about, you're going to start seeing that all these people just going to go run away, because it's ridiculous on what they say and they do. Because the simple fact is that when I told you about the little solar panel and just put it over the LED light, or if you take it, go on my YouTube channel. The only reason why I didn't tell people about the YouTube channel is because people say it's fake. But so how hard is it to take LED light and put it over a dollar store garden light and see if it works? That is number one. If we can just knock that one out of the ballpark. Does an LED light have enough light to charge the battery in one of those cheap dollar store things? So run it down. That means no energy in that battery. And then all of a sudden, put LED lights over it. And if it charges and the light comes on, that just knocks that right out of the thing. And it costs what? $2 to do this? I'm sure you got an LED light somewhere in the house, a light bulb in your thing. Anyway, that just knocks that out of the water. Then we go to the next problem, and then the next one, and the next one. All of a sudden, you start to see everything that I'm doing because this is how I ran my experiments is 100% true. Those people start going away because they can't troll us anymore. They can't tell you, oh, it's this. No, it's not because you've done it. They can only make people believe something who has not done it, and they're on the fence on believing it in the first place. Okay, this technically resistors. Do you understand why they call semiconductor transistors? And do you understand the reason why they call resistors? See, in a resistor, they put an element to slow down electricity. Okay. And a semiconductor does slow down energy. Okay. That means it doesn't allow so much energy in there, but it would be a very bad resistor. Matter of fact, you would destroy it. You know, as long as you keep wearing that mask over your face, you know I'm not going to listen to you, right? I think you're a wrestler or something, or you're here to mug the idea of people listening to me. You're trying to rob them of that. So yeah, that ski mask, no. At least the other guy who was wearing the mask, his mask looked cool. You just look like somebody trying to stick me up. Yeah, we know what on and off means. Even though is what he's trying to say is that because it's flowing back the opposite way, that it's not technically off. But these are games that they keep playing. In your system, it reads that is no votes and votes. So yeah, we understand that they're running on these little nuanced words. They're trying to tell people, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But the more they do that, and then people figure out how and why I'm saying the words I'm saying, that I'm using them in a way that everyone understands, that I'm breaking this stuff down and expressing them in colorful ways so you guys can see it in your mind's eye, then yeah, those guys are going to always going to be on there trying to say things how I say it, how I pronounce it, how I do all these different things in order to um, get you not to do these little tests that we're telling you to do so we can prove the technology that you can get energy you don't have to pay for. Because remember, they get mad when you use green energy. Is this green energy? Okay, all these words that we use, energy we don't have to pay for. So I don't have to use the word green energy. All I have to do is say energy we don't pay for. If we don't pay for it, there's your definition there. Okay. I'm now thinking they're batteries. I get it. I get it. Okay. I get why you don't want to use Chat GPT. Okay. I just disagree with it. And like I said, I use it as an editor. Now, you wouldn't be happen to be an editor who you want me to pay money to edit my books. Is that close to the truth? Hey, we've been saying that for a long time. Come get that device. I've been answered that question if I was paying for electricity. In my home in United States, I pay about $100 for electricity, and that's the fees that they charge other than the electricity that you use. The house was almost totally off of the grid, and I had 8 refrigerators in that house running with a bunch of other high end equipment because I was a prepper who stored a lot of food and stuff like that. So, yeah, I was almost totally off the grid. The only thing is that to run the tie grid inverters that I switched over to, you have to have a signal from the grid. So therefore, being on the grid, they have to charge you a fee other than the energy that you use, which was about $100 a month. Now, when I turn those tie grids off, then I get a bill around $800 to $1,000. That's what our normal bill is. And I did a YouTube video on that too. I said, this is our bill here and this is our bill there. So I did a YouTube video and showed the actual bill on how much we were saving. Yes, you cannot destroy many. Yes, you just transfer from one form to another, which the MOSFET does. It turns voltage into current, transferring from one thing to another. So yeah, you can't destroy energy.
So that is Thembin Kosi. Man, you must be from South Africa with that type of name. You must be a Zulu. But thanks a lot for being around today. I think this is the first time that you're coming in today. So thanks a lot. And also you can be able to subscribe for future for future stuff like this if you don't want to miss out. And thanks a lot for being here. So Tech9 is saying that Lloyd, you're mixing up vibes with volts. A C doesn't take naps during the negative cycle. Before you come in, Alex is saying that we know is coming. I really want to know how far his delusion goes. So Alexi believes that by selling the books, you're scamming people because they are unable to build anything from it. Then ID is saying that why not just cancel the contract? I mean, the contract that you're talking about where you have to still pay electricity. And for T Supersonic saying that there are inverters that you don't have to hook into the grid. I think he was trying to answer 14. He was trying to answer ID. But let's begin with it was from this guy, Tech 9. Tech 9 is from Kenya. He's a cool guy. Lloyd.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Huh? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So yeah, I see his comments there. That if a person believes that we're mixing this up, this is the reason why, Chris, um, is people on the WhatsApp doing these things and they say it works. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So again, see those are the simple questions for everybody's listening. That we're doing stuff, it's working, and there's a lot of people on WhatsApp who are duplicating this, and they got it to work. So you just got to figure out who you want to believe. And trust me, if you looked at what Trump said when he became president, what he was going to do, how he was going to lower prices. Go back and listen to all his campaigns and then look at what he's doing right now. These guys are doing this because it works. They'll tell you something, but they want you to do just the opposite. So I'm skeptical of them. This is why I ask the questions, and it seems like I'm being mean, but I'm not. I'm being straightforward. If you want me to stop using Chat GPT to edit my books, then I don't want you sending somebody to me to edit my books or ask me, I'll edit your books for you. Because then you're just trying to make money off of me. Okay. So if you have another purpose other than that, you should tell people what is your purpose of me not using ChatGPT since it costs so much for editors and it slows down the progress of getting this information out. What is your reasoning behind that? And if you say something intelligent, I'm going to acknowledge it. But if you say something like space creatures or tin hats or something, then I'm going to treat it like it's crazy. So, I talk to people all the time. If people talk to me respectfully and with common sense, I'm going to talk to them the same way. But if they just start talking nonsense and stuff and that aliens are coming to get me and their mind control and all that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to listen to stuff like that, you know. And so people who telling me things, cancel your contract. It wasn't my house; it was my father's house. My sister owns the house now. I'm living in Laos. So again, did she cut the contract? No, she took the solar down and she started running the house of the bill. You know what they did with that? Canada turned off the power to teach Trump a lesson. So all the power went down. So that's where they want you to be, to let everybody know. My sister thought, oh, I'm going to take the house now that he's in another country. And I told him I was going to come home, but it was like, no, dad gave me the house. Okay, she's got the house now. And she was like, we're taking all this down and redo the house. So she spent tens and thousands of dollars refurbishing the whole house. And then the energy got turned off. Now, for how long? Don't know. Just understand that if Trump keeps going the way he is, it's going to be a lot of things turned off because we're right across from Canada, so we get their power off the grid and stuff. So again, it's funny how people do when they think just being on the grid is to be, you know, it's the be all, and then when that's turned off, they don't know what to do. So it ain't so funny then. Yeah, I was I going I had to leave it in the house. I wasn't gonna get on the plane with all that equipment. Have you seen any of the YouTube pictures and stuff? Did you see how much equipment I had? I had big battery. That was one of the heaviest batteries I've had out of my whole system. Was that big battery, and that lithium battery was supposed to last longer than the lead acid batteries or the gel batteries. I didn't find that to be true. They last about 5 years, and then I start having trouble with them. But my lead acid batteries, I had them before and after. They're not as energy dense as the other batteries, but they do last longer. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I do it because it's part of the show, and we have these questions, and we have an opportunity to share all this. So, and I hope you guys can see things like that. Trump isn't in this chat, bro. So the whole point is that that's the reason why I left America. I left the USA because I said if they hired that they bring in that as president, that I was going to leave the country before he took seat. So anything that you experience during his presidency, I'm not feeling those effects. The price of eggs has not gone up here. The price of food has not gone up here. People are not losing their farms and complaining about it on YouTube. None of that is happening where I'm at. Okay, that's one way to believe it. But then I would come on YouTube's live streams and what's name so they would know where I'm at. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And like I say, you guys make the show. So when you say that I'm scamming somewhere, that's why I'm moved to Laos. It doesn't make any sense to come on YouTube and show my face. Hey, everybody from the United States, I'm here in Laos. Here I'm at. You need my address? You can always ask Chris. He'll tell you because they're in the description. So he'll direct you because this is his show exactly where you can get those books at. Yeah, come on to the channel. I know you say you believe me, but the whole point is that we'll help you walk you through this stuff. So get the WhatsApp number, come on the WhatsApp app number, and then start just inventing with us. Even if it's just if you just watch. The whole point is that you'll get firsthand knowledge of everybody. And when you see a group of people that's like-minded, it just gives you the confidence to start doing things for yourself and seeing that no, um, this is not a scam. So yeah, but I was very attached to my system. I packed all that stuff up and I left some of it there, but the other half went to a relative. So when I come home, I can at least start back over on a minor system. So I didn't pack up everything because I didn't take the solar panels down and all that kind of stuff. I left one system up going. It was 1,000 watt inverter. And I took the rest of the inverters and packed them in boxes and took it to a relative house. So yeah, I got kind of attached to that stuff. Oh, good. We hope you can improve it. Like I said, you come on to the WhatsApp, and then we're going to show you how to take some dollar store stuff and really improve your system. Sure, I'm going to do some comedy books. I need to make a living here. The first thing I'm going to do is take a picture of what you did and make a whole lot of jokes about it.
Lady, you okay with this? We plan this one. I did saying that we set up a live stream for you and him to have a one-on-one. He said that he needs you to see how you differ, how you two differ in what you're claiming for the setup. And it won't be about arguing, it's just straight up discussion. But the last time we talked with ID, people say that he was making that last time you talked with him, he was making like he was arguing a lot, and he promised he won't be arguing again. So the previous times that we had him on, I don't know if you managed to see the shows or not, but the next time when we had him, he was more silent and giving people the time to talk or to give their mind. If you're interested about this, yeah, we could set it up, no problem. And before maybe you come in and answer, uh, Thembin is asking about the WhatsApp number. There's a WhatsApp group that let me share the link in a few. You can be able to join in and you'll have direct access with Lloyd if you want to discuss anything with him. Alex is saying that his kids want to go and do shopping. It is morning time that side. He said he was in Australia. Australia has a lot of kangaroos. Saying that he wants to go, the kids want to go shopping. Must be, I think, morning or around 10 p.m. So, yeah, let me hear from you, Lloyd. What do you think about what you were saying?
Um, I don't disagree with it. I mean, um, again, you can just give him the WhatsApp number. And I tell anybody who gets the WhatsApp number, man, come on there and see what everybody's experienced. Uh, come see it for yourself. Don't make a decision. Make a decision on what you see and hear other people are doing and what they're experiencing and how they're using it. Because not everybody is just using this solar project. You seen one that Chris put up where he's charging 4 other batteries. Okay, so they're using techniques that I talk about. So there, I mean, it's again, um, you're always going to get some comedians that come on here and try to disrupt something that is real. But when they come on to shows like that, the other people will get into their case because guess what? It's a lot more people who in that chat is saying that it works than it is people who saying it doesn't work. So again, and they're buying the books. So ask them why. Why would you buy this book? And if you read it, was it any good? So do that. That why would you take a person who's telling you don't buy the book and he's never bought the book and telling you if it's good or bad one way or another? So get the opinion on people who are buying the books. Get the opinion from them. Get the opinion of people who are doing the experiments. Okay. So again, like he's saying in one thing that I'm hiding from somebody, that's why I ran to Laos. Again, I wouldn't be on here if I'm hiding on a live stream. Okay. I wouldn't be writing books. You got to put your address and all that kind of stuff in there. So again, get it from the people who actually are doing and spending money from it. Okay. Is that it? Yeah, he can easily get the book. Yes. And you know, poor people have used the microwave to make a 5-course meal. So it, it's what's available, what you can get your hands on. Use the tools that you have. That's all we're saying is use the tools. And I know some people have more privilege than others, and that they can use a knife for a knife, a fork for a fork, a spoon for a spoon, and they got 12 spoons and three different types of knives and forks to use as proper etiquette. But not everyone has that. We do the best we have on what we have.
This from Lovell Royal. Yeah, I've received your email, one image and a video which is 3 seconds. So I don't know what was it about. Like, I'm pretty sure I can't be able to showcase something that is 3 seconds. People won't know what is happening. I also don't know what's happening, but I see you have some, or maybe let me try to see if I can get it on. But I wish you could have sent something longer. Let me put some comments as Lloyd goes on. I try to get it on. Lloyd, you're on.
Am I? I'm gonna answer the question. Because he's saying that I'm teaching people how to swim while I'm drowning. Um, why did you watch this whole show? That just makes no sense to me. I mean, you're supposed to be the common sense person. Why waste your time here at the show when you think that I'm just doing misinformation? Unless you're just here to be the misinformation for everyone else. It just didn't make sense why you would sit here for all these hours and watch the whole entire show.
You're talking about Tech9. Tech9 is a good friend of mine. So we have people who usually join in every time, and they usually help the live to go on very well. We have Tech9, we have Scamchan, we have 14 Supersonic. There's a guy we used to have from Germany, but I think because I disappeared for a while, he forgot about us. Sometimes it doesn't mean that they agree with what is going on or not, but I just like how they usually show support every time, even if it's a topic they are okay or not okay with. So yeah, that's why he's around. He's usually around most of the times. He's a good guy who always shows support. Let me unmute you as I try to share the video.
I'm not saying whether he's a good guy or not. What I'm saying is the comments. If he's saying it's like watching someone teaching swimming while he's drowning in misinformation. So I asked a simple question. Then why watch the show? It's many other things you could be doing with your time if you think that I'm just spreading misinformation.
So, I was saying that I think it's somebody who like disagrees with you. We even have Scamchan usually disagrees with you, but he's always around if you are keen. And yeah, he's always around. So I think, but it's his opinion. Maybe the way he put it, it might not be nice. But I think it's his opinion. This image I got it from. I've gotten this from Lovell Royal. I really don't know what is about. Maybe you can join and explain. But let me play it. This is just like 3 seconds, so I don't know what is it about. Like I said, it's just 3 seconds. Maybe you can care to explain, but I think it means he's working on something similar. Lovell, you care to explain? It looks like LEDs, yeah, a stack of LEDs. Then from that point, I can see that is measuring the output, and it seems to get something like 20.8, which I guess it must be the voltage. But yeah, I wish she can be able to explain more. Maybe if you want the link, I can be able to share you. Come in and explain. This is the link to anyone who wants to join the WhatsApp group. Then for that guy, in case you want to come in and explain what that is, Lovell. But I know most people like you will always be afraid to share, so I don't know why. These people are disruptive, and there's an element of racism to this. They do not like black people thinking in platforms that are controlled by them. Thembini. Thembini, by there, shared the link. You can be able to join the WhatsApp group. Then Pierre Odus is asking if identity knows how many books are written by AI that you don't know. At least you know this is one. But then you are required to say you used AI on Amazon. If any part is used, I don't know if you know about this. I don't know if you know about this, Lloyd, that you're supposed to indicate if you use AI.
The question is what do you know? Okay, at least it's not written by AI. It's scanned by AI, and it tells you if your book has any spelling errors uh, in it. If it has too many spelling errors, it won't let you publish the book. So this is what happens that if you have words that are your own words made up, it's going to say that word is a error, and if you have too many of them, they're just not going to let you publish it. So um, again, Chat GPT can help you um, say the word and explain it that this is your word, and there's certain symbols and stuff that they it uses so that the AI will accept your work from the AI that Amazon use. So different floor mats, like Amazon doesn't like using JPEGs unless it's a comic book, and then there's a different process on how to do that, which I'm learning. So it's a lot of little nuances that's going on. But AI are building cars. AI is designing your like 3D printers, so there's designing all kind of different other products and stuff. So yeah, we have robots and AI in our future. And people who say they don't like it, remember you have a computer in your car that tells you what type of fuel you can put in your car. If you put your own fuel in there, those things shut right off, and they do that to make money. So it's going to be pretty hard to get away from AI. So it's always going to be about someone's opinion, whether they like it or not. I happen to like it, and I use it for editing, but I dictate to AI the whole entire book. Matter of fact, me and AI gets to arguing because I'm like, why did you change that? Why did you change? I want that said that in your words. So yeah, I, AI tries to say things in a certain way, and I don't want it said in those ways. But I only use it for dictation and let it make sure that it's edited, punctuations and commas and all that stuff is in the right spot. So that's why I use it. Yes, you're 100% right. They can edit it and do research. Thank you. Oh, and Chris, the apparatus that's on that table, I believe that's solar folded up with the LED lights. So that package there that's giving you the 20 volts point eight, that is a solar. Well, I know if it's going away, then we'll say goodbye. But long as it's here, I'm going to use it. Yes, this is absolutely true. So many things AI is running today that they don't even realize is running. Matter of fact, they're 3D printing food, which is ran by AI. Yes, that's a mini solar box on the table there that he put up. And it's putting 20.8. What he just proved is LED lights can run solar. So anybody telling you that this it doesn't work, there's the proof sitting right there on the table. And that's not me doing it, not Lloyd, that's someone else doing it. So it's like I said, it's other people who did the same thing and they found out yes, you can get voltage from these LED lights. And 20 volts for that little space right there, that's good. That's real good. So the whole thing is that if his LED lights is running from 5 watts of power and he's getting 20 volts out, then the battery hack getting the amps, what we call amp injection technology, that would work perfect. Just that one little LED light.
And I'm curious to know what he uses that 20 volts for. That is Lovell. 20 volts seems a lot, like how 40 supersonic saying that you can do pretty much anything you want with it. And also, like, what is the current that you get? But 20 volts is a lot from such a small, like, from the way this is very small. I would like to see more from you, Lovell. I don't know if you're willing to share more. It doesn't have to be today, maybe any other day. And I also see you're using, I think you showed on tab 8 pod by Blackview. Blackview is a good device for, I think it's, how do you call it? Rugged devices, rugged phones that you don't want to get damaged. And I see you're doing some crazy things here. If it has a good camera, your phone, I know. So maybe next time you can share more. and we share with people to see how it works, and it looks incredible. And let me see, maybe one or two more comments. So Pierodusa and ID, they're having an argument. Pierodusa ID was saying that if you're interested, we do a live together with ID. Maybe the title of it could be like, should scientists use AI to do research or not? Yeah, because I think that's the argument that you are having your discussions with. Then ID saying that a flashlight can run solar, but it's not smart to expect power come from the output. So when it comes to power IDs, meaning you take, for you to calculate the power, you have to, I think for you to calculate the power, you have to take voltage times current. Uh, Voltage times current will give you energy. Then if you divide with the rate of work, you get power. So what it means, the thing is, sometimes you can be able to get voltage, but high voltage, but you're getting low current. And if you're getting high voltage and low current, and what you put in maybe has high current and maybe high voltage, or has like I mean, the power that you put in may be high, but what you're getting in terms of power is low. If you have high voltage but the current is low, then it means that the power or the energy that you're getting out is lower. And there's also a guy who reached out and say that whenever you're talking about power in and power out, you should never talk in terms of a single unit, like never talk in terms of voltage or in terms of current, what you call amperage. You should not talk in terms of amperes or in terms of voltage, but talk of it in terms of like energy or power, like what do you get out as a unit, because that's what you're going to use for you to do anything you want. You need the whole product, like you either talk of the product of voltage and current, or you talk about it in terms of power, which is the rate of doing work. That will give you a more better like answer, or to know if you're getting the output to be more or not. And I'll admit you talk about it. Nebs is saying that I think Nebs is talking about a torus. We had Gerald was the one who was talking about that. Fembini from South Africa is saying that the system on the screen, it allows you to charge at night. That's correct. It allows you to charge at night. So maybe the thing is we can try to find out what is the input, and in terms of the output, nobody said AI is useless. That's from TechNight. We are not mistaking it for scientific journal. I think we should, like what I said, we should talk about that in a live stream, whether people should use AI for scientific research or not. What can you do with 20 volts and 0 amperes? So that's the thing, like we have to know like what is the amperage or what is the current, because if the current is very low, then the power you're getting out is lower than maybe what you put in. And Lloyd, I see you want to speak. Let me maybe see the last comment. Scamchan is saying that the final output is what? So I think 20 volts, 20.8 volts is the final output, but we don't see the initial input. And also we need to see the initial input in terms of voltage. And maybe Lloyd want to say something. Let me put him on first before I continue.
Okay. This is what we're talking about. First of all, he's trying to tell you if you don't have any amps, it's done. Okay. But do you see when I talked about the device that I didn't leave out amps? Remember that I did the simple projects that I said I got my amps from my MOSFETs, correct? You still with me, Chris?
Correct. I was
Okay. Okay. So no, I just needed people to hear that. So when they divide the two pieces apart, they're trying to destroy one. And if people believe because you can't do anything without amps, they're not going to try this. This is what their job is, to destroy that. But we've always added the amps times volts. Right now, you have 20 amps. But if we do the battery loop, okay, the simple little hack that I've been showing with the simple little circuit that keeps the battery from seeing the voltage there, then you're going to have the amperage of the battery plus you're going to have what's coming out of that solar, which was the 20 point volts. So then you add them together. So it's two different systems from two different angles, and therefore when you put them together, they make one. But if they tell you, oh, don't do that, you can't do nothing with that, and people believe it, then they don't even try. And that's the disservice that they do, because the simple fact is you can do a lot with 20 volts, especially if you take a DC to DC converter and step it down. Now, for anybody who don't believe that, then all you have to do is go to my YouTube channel and say one of my units, which was only I think 36 watts. No, 6 volts. 36 volts. No, it's 34 volts. Put through a step down DC to DC converter, and then I was able to run the LED lights just off the energy from that. And since that was 12 volts, 2 amps, we know at least 2 amps was coming out from the power with all the resistance and all the losses going through all those different machines. It was still giving enough amps to run the 12 volts, 2 amp LED lights.
So
So
I want to play his other video that you shared. Let me play it first, then you see. I think you tried to explain more.
Alright, that technology of mine. Same time to come for the pattern, not check. Everything here, as you can see, right? See that? See that?
So from my understanding, Lovell, by the way, you can join in and explain. But from my understanding, you're using a USB is around 5 volts, right?
Alright,
So
that technology of mine.
let me.
Same time to come for the pattern, not check.
So from my understanding, it means you're turning 5 volts to 21. Did I post the video? What you're trying to turn 5 volts to something like 21 volts? You can join in and explain more. Let me put on Lloyd.
man, it's absolutely beautiful, man. It's absolutely beautiful. Like I say, the whole point is that you can make up your amps at the end. Don't even worry about it. What's coming from that USB is 5 volts, 1 amp. 5 volts, 1 amp. So yeah, he has the amps going through there. But he's getting 20, 21 volts. Okay, he's still getting amps from there. I don't care what you do. You're always going to have some amps, but it's probably micro amps. Okay, But the whole simple fact is that if you take your battery through your charge controller, put that device into the solar part, hook up your batteries, and take some jumper cables from the battery over to the uh, panels, which are two extra wires coming from that, then the battery itself interjects amps into the charge controller, and that voltage at 20 watts plus the amps from the battery gives you what you need to charge the battery. And guess what? Anybody and everybody who's done the experiments and showed it, the battery starts to charge. Now, if you want to charge even better at higher efficiency, then you use the double negative P resistance that hides the solar from the battery as though they were separate because of that diode. And then all of a sudden, now you're really charging that battery because now you're using the milliamps from that solar and the voltage and the amps from the battery and the voltage, the 12 volts, all add up when you use the double negative P circuit. So you're really charging that. So this is what they're trying to destroy. They don't want you to do that. And you just proved the first part of the thing. The LED lights do run the solar. That's all that proves. And it's
So
putting out a nice, good voltage.
I see that his machine has he had shared a picture on the email. I see his machine can measure. It still can measure the digital multimeter. Still can measure the amperes. I mean the current, even the resistance. I think the current. Like I wish. Can you be able maybe to show us also on the live the other side? Like once you measure the current, we see the output. Lloyd said it might be in micro, but isn't microamps like? Will that be able to help anything? But for this person, you say that that's why you boost them. Mm. Like, can you be able to show us the current? If you can hear me, Love, you're saying that you're going to check it out. Check it out if you can be able to measure the current. Then we can easily calculate the power because you said that if your input is 5 volts and 1 ampere, it will be easy to calculate the energy in and we get the energy out. You're saying that it's milliamps. You believe it's milliamps. Uh, the main issue is the current, like Tech9 is talking about also. You can boost 5 volts to 20 volts, but you can't boost current from nothing. If voltage goes up, current goes down. Usually that's the case. If voltage goes up, usually current goes down. So let's wait and see. But he said he's going to show us, so let's wait and see. I just a minute. Let me unmute you then.
What he's saying is true. But what we're saying is that we use MOSFETs or the battery hack to get your current back. You're trying to divide the two. Put it together, Chris. If you're getting voltage from this, and then you're getting amperage from either your MOSFET circuit or your battery, and you're interjecting that into the solar part with this solar right here, then you're getting your amps and you're getting your voltage. That's what we're trying to say. And see, they're trying to keep it separate and saying, what can you do with it? Just forget it. Don't use it. That's the play on words that they're trying to do. Is they're trying to take the whole thing apart, destroy it before you even put it together. I've said in my books, you only get voltage out of this. You're only getting voltage from this. So then I teach him how to get amps out of the system. So we show you all the techniques to put the amps back into the system. This is what they don't want you to know. Do you understand that part, Chris?
I understand, but we have this one from at my life we learned in 30 minutes. We have this one from 40 Supersonic saying that thinking in terms of voltage and amps is weak because the energy out is what matters. But for this supersonic, like the energy out, you find it using voltage and current. For this supersonic, I wish you to join one day and talk about these things. He never wants to join in. But yeah, by the way, I had a guy who reached out to me one day. Not one day, I think 3 or 4 weeks ago. He reached out to me with a lot of materials on electricity and everything. He said, I want you to go through these things because every time you come live, you're talking about wrong units and you talk about power and you're talking about voltage and all that. So I went through all that. That's why I uh, but I know we did this in school also some time back. And I know that voltage, when you talk about energy in and energy out, you have to talk about the both of the units. I mean, you have to talk about current and voltage. You don't only talk about voltage alone. So Lovell said that he's going to check it out. I saw his meter, like he shared it. There's a picture, clear image than what we have here, and it shows you can be able to measure current with it. So I wish he can show us then. You see, even ID has gone silent the way he has started seeing this. So I wish he can share then we see also the current, and it will make ID to stop disturbing you more, mostly when you come live and talk about these things. Right now you can't see him. I think he's also trying to understand or to get in what is going on. But let me bring you back on and maybe you talk about a few things, and as we wait for, I hope he comes back, that guy Lovell, to show us more before the live is supposed to end in about 30 minutes.
Okay. So here's the thing, Chris. I'm talking directly to you. If you learned in school that you need both and you don't divide it up, did they tell you that the amps must come from the same device as the voltage? Did they teach you that? Or they just say that both you have to get amps and voltage both together? Did they say what source that those amps and voltage come from? They never say this. So they didn't teach you in school that you have to get it from the same device. They never taught that. So how come I can't take it from two different devices? Can you answer that, Chris?
If I'm understanding, you're saying that you get voltage from source A and you get current from source B. I see. Then volts and amps are important, but they're only part of the picture. You're on. You're on. You're on.
No, but see that you're saying it correct now, because now all what he's doing now is that if he's getting his voltage and he can get extremely high voltage, then what matters is that if he can make up the current, if he can get a device to give him the current off of this, then that device becomes very useful because it's compact, it's inside, and it's little, and therefore he can take each one of those devices and start counting by 20 or 21. Then all of a sudden you have your source that you can interject your amps from, and then all of a sudden this works. This is what they're trying to stop. So they're trying to keep, well, what that device, we know that the that device is putting out microamps. We know that device. I'm telling you before he does it that it's going to put out microamps. And they go, see, stop using it. Again, you lose the whole thing, the idea of saying that you don't have to have the amps coming from the same source as you're getting the voltage from. You just have to have them both together when they go into the charge controller, amps and voltage. So you can get one from A and one from B. Nothing, no law says you can't do that. Yes, I know nothing about engineering, but set my system been working for 8 years in my system, and everybody says it works. So it's just that. Yeah, but one is microamps and the other one is 20 volts. We already know, and I said that earlier, that it's going to be some amps in that pack, but it's not going to be as high as a regular solar panel in the sun. So it's going to be much lower. So the whole point is that you have to make up those amps or currents. And what we're arguing is that do they have to come from that pack, or can we divide it from and get our amps from another source and then combine them back together? That's what we're arguing.
So if I'm understanding you, you mean like, let's say is like for now the guy has been able to boost to amplify voltage now, and once he amplifies voltage, we know it's going to affect the current, it's going to go down. So you're saying that now you go to a separate system and now you boost current, and once you amplify current, we know it will affect voltage. But now you take the new system where you have the amplified voltage, and the other system where you have the amplified current, and now you put them together to now have something that makes more sense. um, but does that work? Like, let me put you on
Yeah, it works. Again, that's what we've been arguing about this whole time. This is what everybody's been doing on the channel. And they saying that it works because it does work. So guess what? The very battery in the charge controller that you're charging, you can get amps because you can split amps. Do you understand in your house, you have so much amps is being pumped into your house, but it's split up through each one of the plugs that you use. When you plug in something, um, more than one thing into a light socket, it splits those amps up between those two devices. Okay. So you can split amps. Amps can go into two different directions for two different devices and still run and operate. So when you do that, and you say, wait a minute, if I take the amps from the battery and pump it over to this 20 volts of power and run them both through this charge controller, which doesn't let energy backflow, then you're going to be able to charge the battery at whatever amps it put out and the voltage. And the voltage becomes the regulator. That means the more voltage, the higher the power, because you got whatever the amps, which is what they call a pin. Um, it's like pinning something to a thing, so it's not going to move one way or another. But then the voltage is the variable, which means it goes up or it can go down. So because you can control that voltage, you're still getting more power because, like I said earlier, if you have two amps and you have 2 volts, you calculate that at a certain number. Without changing the amp side, you change the volts to 3, the power goes up. So that means the number is going to be higher. If you say 4, the number is going to go higher without moving the amps. And the more volts you can put in there, the more amps times volts equal it out is higher power. And that higher power is what charges the battery because you're pushing energy into it. Now, some people were just looping that just with the battery without the solar, and it says it's not moving. Well, 12 volts is not going to push into the 12-volt battery because at the battery terminal it's going to be just a tad higher than it is when you put it over to the solar charge controller on the solar part. But as soon as you add into that voltage in there, all of a sudden you change the whole scenario, and it does have enough energy to push into the battery, and you will see it start to charge. Now, like I said, you use the circuit that I told you to get even better results and better efficiency. So we haven't even talked about the more advanced circuit because they're not at that level. So they're having a tough time with this. And these are simple things, and I show you how simple it is. So if they're having trouble with this, you don't want to do something complicated because none of them are going to get it. But yes, put both of them together. It never said in any rule of physics that you can't have two different sources of amps and voltage that come from different sources, and then when you combine them, it doesn't work that way. There's nothing that says that. Okay.
Yeah, but it's like when you combine them now, how will you combine them? Because if let's say this other system you're coming in with a low voltage and you have high current, and now you have one system like the one which is showing it has high current, high voltage, but we know it will have low current. So when you combine them, you have to do, I know it means you have to do either series or parallel, or you'll have to use your way that you're talking about to combine them. Because if you use the normal series or parallel, again, you're going to affect one, which will either you affect voltage, you choose to affect voltage, or to mess with the current. So it means that the final output will still have an issue with either voltage, or you'll have to choose one to sacrifice either voltage or either voltage or current. Of course, you're not going to reduce it to zero, but it will be affected and it won't be normal, which again will come into the concept of power in and power out still being around the same. And before you come in, this question, the guy from, I tried to call Lovell. I did not pick up. I think my number is strange, but I hope he's doing something in the background. Then ID was asking if we can start another live. I did like it's 4:15 right now. By the time this one ends, it will be 4:30 a.m. on my side. I'm pretty sure I'll be very sleepy. Unless if you're okay, I don't know if I can be able to add you in as a collaborator. I tried earlier on with Lloyd, or I can try it with Lloyd if I can be able to do somebody as a collaborator. Then it will reset afresh. The version that I use for now, I'm allowed to do a continuous live stream for up to 6 hours. After that, it resets automatically. So unless I do add somebody as a collaborator, then I can go and sleep and they will continue without any issue where they can be able to see comments, add people, and to do all that. It is easier when you are a collaborator than being a speaker. So maybe I try to do that idea. I don't know if it will work. But yeah, let me try to see that one, then maybe you can continue. But for me, I know I'll have to go to sleep so that I won't be very sleepy tomorrow during the day. But let me unmute Lloyd as I wait for as I try to set it up and I'm waiting for Lovell. I don't know if he'll respond.
Yeah. The again, um, you almost had it, Chris. Like I said, the once you add in the amps, all you have to do is just take the very battery in a charge controller, that same battery, take two jumper wires, and a jumper wire is just like you jump your car. You put separate wires onto the battery because they have their own cable. So you put that over to the solar part, and you put this solar device on there with the circuit. And you're right. If that battery wants to pull this down, that 20 volts down to 12 volts, that's why we do the circuit, the double negative P. So when you start to see that when you use that diode, that blocking diode, the battery cannot pull the voltage down from the solar. That means that you're getting the 20 volts. Once you do that, you now understand how this is working because you just said everything correctly. You just said everything correctly. Okay? So you're saying, "Oh, it's going to affect it." Okay, yeah. Now let's put in this circuit and see what happens. So that's how close you are to knowing what the truth is that you're one circuit away. There's just a diode in the bus bar. The battery goes above the diode, and the solar goes through the diode. So now they can't see each other. It doesn't pull down. And again, the whole point is that you can ask any engineer, any what's names, and they'll tell you that's what we use diodes for. Okay, that's what they use diode for. I just did what the scientists and all the other people, engineers, and used a blocking diode exactly how a blocking diode is supposed to work. And guess what? The circuit does work. So now you can now put the two together and it starts to work because you have your amps and your voltage and it's charging the battery. So again, until you guys listen to the people that's doing this or you do it for yourself, guess what? You're all just guessing. They're just guessing. And it's simple. A little simple diode. And Chris, what you should do is take the pictures off of the WhatsApp and start putting them up like you're putting it up now to show the circuit and show people who built the circuit and says it's working. Okay? So when you do all this, all of a sudden, all the stuff starts to go away because guess what? This guy is doing the work. The rest of everybody else is basically just talking. And if you haven't done it and you're talking wrong about it, it's because you haven't done the work. And I can tell you exactly what he's doing there. Those are light pads, the stuff that you trace patterns and stuff. So you lay it over the light pad and you can trace stuff through the lights. So he's using those light pads, which can run on batteries or plug them in. And now he's running his solar panels and he's showing the voltage there, which I think is 43.6. It's a little small for me to see, but I think I see 43.6. So again, it's a way to run all those light pads using a Joule thief. So you don't even have to have the power from the battery that you're getting. You can take half that energy for all three of those panels, run it through a Joule thief, and it'll even run on lower paddle, and that's what they call a step up. So again, you're right there, man. You're doing the work. Okay, you're proving that this technology was simple, easy, and
Lloyd,
anyone can do it. So you're
let,
you're right there.
let me see
So
if I can
soon,
let me see if I can play his video. The guy seems to be very excited to share more about these things. That is Lovell. But Lovell doesn't want to share about current. But let me play it. There's this one which he just shared. I hope it is visible.
This is the coolest. Check that. Up, up, up. Yeah. This is the coolest. Check that. Up, up, up. Yeah.
So Lovell, my question is, you're still getting this from the 5 volts. 5 volts. Give you about 15 minutes. You can check. I've sent that, what do we call it? I'm forgetting the name. The collaboration link, we just agree on it. Then once this one ends, I can create a new one and to see. But yeah, this Lovell Royal seems to be very excited about this, and I wish he could share more. I mean, you can come on and talk more about it. But again, this is the same 5 volts, 1 ampere that is giving you all this. I'd like to know, but let me unmute Lloyd.
did you hear me say it works on those things work on batteries?
No, no, no.
Okay. I said those work on batteries, so he's not even the is, and you have to ask him what size battery it is, but it's 1.5 volts in the batteries. And then I said to use a Joule thief to cut down on the battery power, so you don't even need the battery power. So you can step up from a source, which you can take and run all three of those from 5 volts 1 amp, splitting that up into three. But the whole simple, we keep telling you, Chris, that the voltage and getting your amps from somewhere else is possible. So he's just proving the point that he's getting the voltage. So the simple fact is that when you start using it and getting your amps from how I'm telling you is until you do that, you're going to be kind of stuck because you keep saying, well, it's not giving amps until you see that where we're getting our amps from. So what you can do is ask him, can he put these videos that he gave and put them on WhatsApp for the community to see?
The videos are on WhatsApp. I'm getting them from WhatsApp. Only the first two he sent to my email, but all these others are on WhatsApp. He's sharing on WhatsApp. He joined the group some time back. But all the videos are on WhatsApp, so in case you want to share them more. But they're the same videos that you've just shared here. And I think in more days you'll be sharing more.
That's good because that means he's doing the work. He's not guessing. He's doing the work. He's sharing the work. And that's what the people who buy my books, that's what they do. And that's the reason why I'm getting so high of people participating in the book campaign that I'm putting out there. Okay. So it may make them mad, but they're not mad because it doesn't work. They're mad is because it does work. That's why they're upset. That's the reason why that they don't want this technology out there. And that's why he's excited, because the simple fact is, as soon as he hooks his charge controller and get the amps from his batteries, it's going to be running. And he knows it's going to be running. So yes, he has something to be excited about. And a whole lot of other people are going to be excited that it actually works the way I say it works. You can't divide the two. You can't take half the system and say, oh, it doesn't work. That's what they want you to do. But when you do the whole system and exactly way I say it in the books and bring those two things together, you're going to see that it works. And then you're going to learn that the MOSFETs work even better. And they hate this. But this technology is coming out. People are being woke up. Remember, Republicans hate woke people. They want you sleep. They want you dumb. Republican hate woke. They even changed the definition of what woke means. It just means that you are awake and aware of the situation that you're in. So they hate that. But guess what? Every day somebody does those demonstrations and they learn how to do what I'm telling them to do, they get woke up.
He's saying that, hey, ID, please check on your side. What do we call it? There's a pending thing in your email. You have to accept it. And then it will allow you to be a collaborator, and I can bring you in the next one. So I've already gotten a notification that is in about 3 minutes. In about 3 minutes, we're going to be off. So I'll try to restart a new one. I think it will take me something like 5 minutes or so to set up a new one. Then we continue. If you're just around, just stick around and we'll continue. I think ID had some things to say. And also, Lovell, I think you have more to share with us. We'd like to see more, maybe. Yeah. Or also, you can also come in and talk about it. You don't have to be afraid of anyone. Plus, you're hiding your face, so you can stay. You can just you can just communicate with audio. You don't have to show face. So for everyone who is still around, I'm going to set up a new one, or I can let Lloyd come in and he talks as I try to set a new one. But I can see that this one is going to end in about 2 minutes. The plan that I use is for up to 6 hours continuous streaming. If I want to go more, I need to change my plan. But I've never expected to go more beyond 6 hours. I think today it has been different. Although I'm sleepy, my plan is to sleep and I will have somebody else go on. So let me open for Lloyd.
Yeah,
But
that's fine with me. Like I said, it's a good talk, and the pictures you put up there were excellent. I hope you do more and show more people's work, because that's the whole point of this. If more
yeah,
people are doing what he's doing, and then if he goes to the next step where he's interjecting the amps and showing you that the circuit that I told him about actually works and he can show it for everybody, even more people are going to be aware and woke up, and they're going to buy the book, and they're going to find out all these things were 100% true. And again, anybody who's saying things like I'm scamming people because I wrote a book, okay? That's the things that kind of upsets me, that, oh, you think I'm scamming somebody. But like I said, the whole parts that we don't ever tell is that we have a group of people who are doing the same things and they're getting the same results. So now I guess we all are in on it. So Chris, they're basically saying that you're part of the scam, because you're looking at the stuff that other people are doing, just like he's doing, and you're getting the same results that I said in my book. So To say something like that without reading my book or anything like that, don't have any arguments about what I said in my book, is just a disservice to everybody. But I understand it because I think it's deliberately done. Okay, I think that's deliberately, because you should